Good Tuesday evening and welcome to Election Return Coverage 2020, the presidential election. There's not much going on tonight, is it? Holy moly, my name's Dan Reaves. Great to have you along with us. We'd love you to join us in the program. Your thoughts, if you're out voting today, give us your thoughts on that. The phone number to get in is 423-8101, 1-800-304-1015. You can also reach us on the... Which text line is this? It's the Old Town Spaghetti Store text line, of course. Old Town Spaghetti Store text line at 277-5155. Pleasure to have you along with us tonight. In the studio, Hunter Baker will be here. Hunter is a political science professor. He's the man at Union University. Hunter's been doing this with us for a long time. He will join us tonight here in the studio of News Talk World Headquarters. Also joining us is our news director. He's also online editor at WNWS.com. And Mr. David Thomas is here. David, good evening, sir, and how are you?
Dan, good to see you as usual. A very, very big evening, to say the least, understatement. But at the same time, though, it's the time has come. We're going to count votes.
The time has come, as the Walrus says. Early predict. You seeing anything, Dave, that would sway you one way or the other in the big one, the presidential election?
Not really. I just feel like that, in all fairness, the thing that intrigues me the most, obviously, is the turnout. And so, but how are they voting? How are these people voting that we had in droves? For instance, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump in the 2016 election, they accounted for, they totaled 128,825,223 votes. Okay, so when I looked this up the other day, we've had 98 million that voted early. So you're looking at about 30 million we've got to account for just to catch that figure. So that comes to about 600, a little over 600,000, I guess, per state, which would be a lot for Tennessee, but not for a lot for New York and California. So
we're going to blow past 2016.
Away.
This has to be a record early voting turnout. It certainly was here in Madison County. We'll have Brad McCoy. He's on his way over to the Election Commission. Brad will be there live. So when they tabulate the boxes, when they count them up, they do the math. When they read them for the first time, you'll hear it right here on News Talk 101.5. You can also listen on our app. If you don't have the News Talk 101.5 app, WNWS, it's a free download on Apple and on Android. You can also listen at WNWS.com. We'll be up and running on our Facebook Live telecast for News Talk 101.5 on Facebook here in just a bit as well. Greg Wood will join Brad McCoy, the real McCoy, down at the Election Commission tonight as well. So we'll have the latest, and we'll have it first here on News Talk 101.5. But it was just an amazing turnout day for early voting here in Madison County. And typically, you can't make these people get out and vote.
63,000 registered voters in Jackson-Madison County, and we had 30,164 voted early. That comes to 48% of the vote. And once again, if you figure this up, 63,000. Oh, I think, by the way, on that number, if I've got my numbers, I know I've got it written down.
Dave, let me jump in with just one moment. Presidential race right now showing that in the state of Georgia, which will play large tonight. It's too early to call, but right now President Trump has 53% of the vote. And remember now, Georgia, I think the entire state is on Eastern. 53% of the vote, and Biden has 47. They say too early to call Georgia in the presidential race. Dave, I'm sorry to interrupt you there, but that was just breaking, so let's get back to the local numbers.
We're going to be all over the place tonight with this, so that's fine. As far as the early vote in Jackson-Madison County, we see, of course, 30,000 voted early. You have 63,000 who are registered voters. So if you take another, say, 17,000 voters, I think it was 38,000 total voted in 2016, Dan. So that means that we'll blow through that one as well. That's only 8,000 votes in 33 boxes with what that one comes to as well. So but this is kind of a microcosm, I think, nationally, because everybody, every state, every community, county, they're producing huge numbers for this election.
Well, okay, so 2 states have already been called in the presidential election. Corey Currie. Hi, Corey. How are you, my friend?
What's up?
Yay,
What's up?
Yay, yay. Well, Kentucky goes to Trump, 55% of the vote to Biden's 43%. And also Virginia. They've called Virginia in favor of Donald Trump as well.
No, I thought they called that in favor of Biden.
I was, okay. Well, all right, we have our first standoff here tonight, and we just got on the air. First segment, first hour, always the best time for a standoff. Did I read that wrong, Dave? Let me go back to you on that.
No,
Yes, it is. You're right about that. It's
But that's
Wait a
the
minute.
early returns. But at the same time, though, it's just the projections is what they've got. And he's also got Vermont. Biden's also, so he leads 16-8 right now with your electoral
okay.
vote.
All right, these are the early. Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Are we talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Oh, I forgot about
You heard
that. I forgot.
Pennsylvania. What do you see it early out there, Corey?
Man,
That's going to play
that
huge
is-
tonight, and it's Pennsylvania.
for sure. Trump will definitely have to do what he's done or do what he did in 16 and get that suburban female vote that was large for him back in 16. Also in 2020, though, there is projected to be a large number of African-American voters in Philadelphia. That could be huge if Trump doesn't carry the suburban women out in the western portion of Pennsylvania. Also note that the last president to win the White House without carrying Pennsylvania, I think, was Truman.
It's been a long time. Truman,
Wasn't
he
just
was in
yesterday,
office, what, in the 80s, right?
Yeah, about
That was a
95.
joke. That was a joke. Well,
Dan-
and President Trump certainly he's been in Pennsylvania here recently. He's been,
I know a lot about Pennsylvania, and it's great. How's Joe Paterno? Are we going to bring that back?
well, probably not, but yes, Dave.
When I think about the what Corey just said, and I agree with him, because there is you've got to have Florida, Trump does. You've got to have Florida. You've got to have Ohio, and he's got to have Pennsylvania. So you may as well start going up. They're all on Eastern time zones, so outside of the Panhandle in Florida.
Yes.
So my point is, if he doesn't get Florida, if he doesn't get Ohio, then he's in real trouble.
Yes.
But at the same time, though, what I find interesting, again, I go back to 2016. Donald Trump picked up 304 electoral college votes, and Hillary Clinton had, I believe it was 226. Now, of course, you might say, well, how could it possibly both of them end even? Well, of course, Trump picked up one electoral vote out of Maine, so that gave him an even number. But at the same time, though, he can, the way I've got it figured, he can lose 2 states for sure that he won in 16. That would be Wisconsin and Michigan. And he would still be 270, over 270. But it is Florida and Pennsylvania that is going to be the telltale sign.
And I'm not so certain that Georgia isn't in play here more than some may think. I think that they've already, or it has swung, heavily towards President Trump, and the thought is he will win it. However, I'm not sure myself that I'm ready to write Georgia off.
Well, the first state of the night is a new color called reliably red, and that's Indiana. The first state goes to Trump. In the
Yes.
race to 270, Indiana.
Kentucky.
Kentucky, yes.
Pardon?
Kentucky was the first one, I think.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm looking right here, though, is not to get ahead of ourselves, is that I don't know if they called that Kentucky, but the early vote. But the
Right.
first state is now the numbers start coming in. Is what I'm showing is Indiana.
There you
And
go.
a new
See?
color called reliably red.
Well, and let me throw this out here, and talking about the early voting numbers, just how.
Wait, let me,
Go ahead.
one more thing, David, because this will get confusing because different networks are reporting different. They're calling it at different times.
Yes.
Okay.
So if Fox News is calling a few states right now, and then you look on CNN and they've only called Indiana. So it's going to be one of those nights, fellas.
Yeah.
Reliably red. That's very close to agreeable gray.
Well, I mean, the definition obviously is just like with California going with the Democrat. It's going to happen.
Yeah. And so you feel that way about Georgia?
No, I think that Trump will win Georgia.
That's what I'm saying. You feel that it
yeah.
will be strongly Trump.
I don't know how strong, but I think that he'll still win it.
Okay. And speaking of those numbers again, tell you how big the early voting numbers. Just looking at Texas. Texas had 9.7 to 9.8 million early voters, which was more than the total electorate or the total voter number in 16.
How do you see Texas going tonight, David? I know that's a tough one to call. Texas has been reliably red for quite some time.
Of course, the thing that comes into play that we all think about is the Hispanic vote.
Yes.
But still, I think that there's still, with the Republicans, I think that there's still enough ammunition in the state to win it again this evening for Trump to carry Texas. But I tell you where the landscape, though, to me is changing is when I see Virginia, when I see North Carolina, states of that nature swing to the blue side. That's more of a thought where you have companies who have relocated into these states, and the people that they're hiring, and all of a sudden the demographics are going to change, and they have changed in those states. It used to be, you talk about reliable red, I think Virginia was right in that group.
Well, there's so much. We're going to be here for a while, folks, so settle in. And Dave, one thing I did want to bring up to you is we have local races, and they're being overshadowed, of course, by the presidential election. Every 4 years, we're told this is the biggest election of your lifetime. This may very well be that tonight. There's a mayor's race in Medina. We've got Victor Parkins. Victor is the editor. He is the man over at the Milan Mirror Exchange newspaper. He's there for us in Medina for that mayoral race there. Also, Brad McCoy is out at the Election Commission here in Jackson. We'll be checking in with Brad McCoy and Greg Wood live from the Election Commission. And they're mic'd up out there. When they read those boxes, the numbers, it'll be right over the air here, so you'll hear it first. And also, we welcome in 93.1 News Talk West Tennessee to the coverage as well. Dave, County Commission District 4, Trey Cleek versus Cindy Boyles. That's a big one here in Jackson for that county commission seat that was vacated by an untimely death.
There again, I think it's going to be a situation, Dan, where I think Trey Cleek is going to be the recipient of the Republican wave in that particular election. It's not so much Trey Cleek in as much as the R beside his name. And I personally, you mentioned that, and I don't want to jump around, but I think the race, in all fairness, well, of course, I mean, I've got my eyes on all these things, but I tell you that the race that where I'm really interested in is not just the Senate race with Hagerty and Bradshaw, but I'm interested, though, and going to be interested in seeing the number of votes that Joe Biden receives in the state of Tennessee and then match her votes total with that. Because it's going to be, to me, it's going to be interesting because why would you say I want the Democrat president, but I don't want a Democrat senator to work with him? And it's, to me, people are going to sit that one out. Are people going to jump across the aisle and they're going to vote for Bill Hagerty? People who don't like Trump, are they going to vote for Marquita Bradshaw? So, but the numbers is that's what I'm looking forward to seeing right there is what her totals are compared to Joe Biden's.
But I would say if there was ever a year that a person would do that, vote Biden and vote Hagerty, this would be the year something like that could happen, just based on voting person, not party.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, some early returns coming in. Right now, Biden has the lead in Florida, but it's still way early there. Remember now, the panhandle of Florida is on Central Time.
That's right.
And the big cities, though, they are on Eastern in the state of Florida. We already have texts coming in. We're going to get to those texts for you in just a moment here on Election Return Coverage 2020. It's sun we are chowing into. Well, we're plowing it like a plowing through Congress. Pyro's Fire Fresh Pizza. Son, Craig delivered us some Pyro's Fire Fresh Pizza. I think he brought one of everything they have, Dave. Pyro's Fire Fresh Pizza. Now, Mike is all over that Hawaiian. Son, pyrospizza.com. Convenient, you can build your own pizza. Specialty pizzas, breakfast, raging Hawaiian, barbecue, Southwestern spud, pesto, just to name a few of the pizza. They've got all kind of specialty salads as well. Any number of toppings, find by them at Pyro's Fire Fresh Pizza right here in Jackson. That's on Van Drive. And the benefits of loyalty, we'll explain that to you with Pyro's Fire Fresh Pizza as well. Setting fire to expectations. We'll be right back here. Election return coverage 2020 here at News Talk 101.5 and also at 93.1 News Talk West Tennessee. You can listen online at WNWS.com. You can watch it online there as well. And we'll be up and running on our Facebook page here in just a bit. The app is News Talk 101.5 WNWS. It's on Apple and on Android products. And you can also listen at newstalkwtn.com.
Try Gene Langley Ford before you buy, because here you'll find what you need, and what's more, you'll get a deal that you won't regret in the morning. Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt, the dealership service built.
Brooksy's Barn Buffet is back and going strong, serving a delicious Southern buffet as they have for over 38 years. Brooksy's offers a dine-in lunch and dinner buffet, a convenient pickup window to grab your favorites on the go, and catering services. If you like lots of choices, Brooksy's is the place for you. Try their catfish, ribs, barbecue, or fried chicken, just to name a few. 10 meats and 10 vegetables, along with salad and dessert served weekly. Check us out on Facebook for many of our daily specials. And come see us at Brooksy's Barn, 561 Oil Well Road in Jackson, behind Love and Truth. Don't forget, book your holiday parties early.
Is the cheapest insurance really your best buy? It could be if the coverage is right for you, but how do you know? Hi, this is Roger Smith, Thompson & Smith Insurance, one of the area's oldest and largest trusted choice agencies. Chuck Thompson and I, along with the best team in insurance, have built our company and our reputations as trusted advisors, delivering peace of mind with the choice of many top-rated insurance companies. Although we many times do, Thompson & Smith is not simply going to promise to save you hundreds of dollars over your current plan. What we will promise is a thorough evaluation of your home, auto, or business insurance needs and provide an insurance program to match. Chances are we'll save you money. On the rare occasion that we can't help you, we'll tell you why. Either way, our goal at Thompson & Smith is to help you as a client or to help you as a future client. So if we haven't told you lately, we'd love to add you to our growing list of customers. Experience the Thompson & Smith difference. Call us at 664-4750. That's 664-4750. Or check us out at thompsonandsmith.com.
Hi, I'm Grover King, owner and jeweler of King Jewelers. I opened King Jewelers 22 years ago and made it my mission to provide you with quality jewelry at an affordable price. With over 35 years experience as a jeweler, you can feel safe knowing your jewelry is in good hands. Whether you just need a ring sized or want to create a custom engagement ring, King Jewelers will help. My employees are knowledgeable and we put customer service first. No job is too small and every person that walks through our door is important to us. Come to see us at King Jewelers today. 16 Conrad Drive, 664-8188. Shop us online at kingjewelersjackson.com.
They still haven't returned my calls or replied to my messages.
Hi, this is Bob, your typical real estate agent. This is my voicemail. Leave a message.
The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time. Goodbye.
Knew I should have called Kimberly Evans.
Hey folks, this is Big Steve. I've bought and sold dozens of homes in my life. My biggest problem with realtors is the lack of communication. They never return phone calls, text messages, and emails on time, and I've missed many opportunities, contracts, and updates because of it. With Kimberly, I never had that problem. She answers the phone even if I call after 11 p.m. She sold my home in 7 days, and her average time to sell any home in the market is 9 days.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Evans with Coldwell Banker Real Estate Now. I know that hearing back from your realtor is important. That's why if you call or text my cell phone before 10 p.m., I will respond within an hour. Seriously, if you don't have a response from me within the hour, I will mow your grass. That's how we do everything at Kimberly Evans. Your call's returned, paperwork is done, and house is sold faster.
Call Kimberly today, 731-668-1777, or her cell at 731-697-8558. That's 731-697-8558, and KimberlyEvans.com.
Hey, babe, what's for dinner tonight?
Well, I heard about this pizza place in Jackson called Carico's.
Oh, great. Another pizza place?
Honey, this isn't just another pizza place. Jerry told me that Carico's is knocking people's socks off with traditional Italian taste, from classic New York-style pizza to Italian subs to fettuccine Alfredo. He said they've got meals that make your mouth feel like an Italian circus.
Let's all go to Carricos, Carico's.
Conveniently located by Union University. Call 731-240-1033 for more information.
With lower temperatures, you're going to have higher electric bills. The new Generac 24 kilowatt will monitor your power usage and help you conserve your electric bill. You can pay for your generator with the money you save on your electric bill. With your Lindsay Electric home standby generator, when the power goes out, your generator comes on within seconds, automatically. You don't have to do a thing. Imagine being without power in these winter months with no water, no heat, oxygen machines, refrigerators, and freezers. Have you stocked up on food? You don't want to lose it all in a power outage. Never lose power again, whether you're home or out of town. With a Generac standby from Lindsay Electric, your power will be restored within seconds, and you don't have to lift a finger. Right now, get 18 months, no interest financing, and no money down on new contracts. Generators in stock with a 5-year warranty. We install and service with factory direct parts guaranteed. If you already have a generator, make sure it's serviced for the upcoming winter months. Lindsay Electric would love to help you. Call for a free quote. 423-1580. Locally owned and operated for over 3 decades. Lindsay Electric, the authority for your power solution. Mitchell's Body Shop, family owned and operated since 1952. Lifetime warranty on all repairs for as long as you own the vehicle. Rental cars on site for your convenience. Mitchell's Body Shop can even do mobile estimates, in most cases on the same day. Call today, they'll walk you through this easy process. 427-6446. Follow us on Facebook, call or come by for a free estimate. Mitchell's Body Shop, third generation family owned auto body shop since 1952. 96 Riverport Drive, Jackson. In this election year, we want you to know all cars matter, no matter what make or model, color, or year. Many have compared 2020 to a total wreck. We may not can fix 2020, but Mitchell's Body Shop can fix your wrecked car like it never happened. After the election, if you win, don't gloat. If you lose, don't despair. This has been a hard year for all of us. Treat others the way you want to be treated. We'll all need it, and Mitchell's Body Shop is here to help you when you need us.
Be proud. You're a member of the world's greatest audience.
I just wanted to comment about a couple of things.
News Talk 101.5 FM.
Election return coverage 2020 being presented in part by Red Bones Grill and Bar, the 731 Sports Bar and Grill, the IP Weight Loss, Anti-Aging and Quick Care, Mitchell's Body Shop, and Lindsay Electric. .30 Central Time, and my name's Dan Reaves, along with Corey Currie and David Thomas. David is our news director here at News Talk 101.5 and 93.1 News Talk West Tennessee. We'd love you to join us if you got thoughts around voting today. What's you feeling right now? What are you thinking? 423-8101, 1-800-304-1015. You can also reach us on the Old Town Spaghetti Store text line at 277-5155. That's 277-5155 to shoot us over a text. We got plenty of texts. We're going to get to those in just a moment here on our coverage of election return 2020. Now, joining us here in just a little bit, a political science professor at Union University, Hunter Baker will be here. It'll be interesting to get his thoughts on this. And also of interest tonight in Kentucky is that Senate race there, Dave, as who knows how this is going to go. The early returns on the Senate race in Kentucky, Lindsey Graham, one of the most powerful senators, he's in the fight for his political life right now.
He's in South Carolina, though.
What did I say? Kentucky? Oh, that's his
Mitch
friend,
McConnell.
Mitch McConnell. Thank you for that, Dave. I knew it was an SEC state. But Mitch McConnell, what are you hearing Kentucky, you know it well. Mitch McConnell, you think he's in real trouble tonight?
No, he's going to win by double digits. He'll win by over Amy McGrath. He'll beat her by double digits. You have to remember, Mitch McConnell is about as popular in the state of Kentucky with the media as Donald Trump is nationally with the media. And 6 years ago, Mitch McConnell was running against a lady named Allison Lundergan Grimes, and the night before the election, the final poll came out that said she would win if the election were held at that time. She was favored by 3 points. McConnell won by 15, so that means that in less than 24 hours, 18% of the people in Kentucky changed their minds, which didn't happen. I don't think that it's not going to be close at all between McConnell. I just don't believe it will be.
I don't think so. And Corey, I don't know what's. I know you're getting after some Pyro's Fire Fresh Pizza. They're feeding us here tonight. Thanks to Craig and the folks at Pyro's Fire Fresh Pizza. It is fire and it is fresh. Corey, what do you say?
I love it. First time I've tried Pyros. Here we are again. Man, I'm getting my bids in for these commercials.
It's going to be hard to catch. It'll be hard to catch Corey without a mouthful tonight.
Man,
let's go to the phone line. Some people are
great.
standing by. We're going to also take a trip to Medina, that mayoral race in Medina. And Victor Parkins from the Milan Beer Exchange, he's there covering that for us. To the phone lines we go, and you'll be up first here live at Election Return Coverage 2020. Go.
What's going on, guys?
How are you?
Oh, man, doing well. I don't think a whole lot, but I think if people are going to complain, I think they need to get out and vote, or they don't have the right to complain. I just went to my little fire station out here in Henderson County. It's the first time since I've lived in Henderson County I had to wait and vote.
Well, okay, so did it favor like a Chick-fil-A line, or how serious was the wait?
About 15 minutes at a community fire station.
Okay, so what are you feeling? Did you talk with folks in line there? Did you ask them who they're voting for?
That's not my that's not my right.
Well,
I'm glad they voted. I'm glad they're voting.
Yeah, you're probably right about that, sir. At one time, though, in this country, if you ask someone who they voted for, they'd say, well, that's none of your business, that's private. But people talk about it now, it seems to me, more than ever. What about Trump signs or Biden signs?
There's a lot of them out there. I had a buddy of mine tell me he voted in Madison County today, and he was able to go in the poll wearing political stuff.
Well, I didn't notice any of that. Did you fellas?
Did not. I didn't notice any of that.
No, did not. Didn't notice it. Anyone down there wearing political stuff, sir? Where'd you say you're calling from?
Henderson County.
Okay.
Lexington.
And Lexington, Tennessee. The Big Red Tigers. Coach Hollingsworth. What are they, 9-1 down there? The Big Red Tigers. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Region champs. All right, so thank you very much for calling. We appreciate it. It's 6:35 here on the program. Let's see. George showing right now 51%. Biden has a lead there. Any numbers coming out of Florida, boys? What do we have here? The latest. Trump is put a rented mule on. Looks like Biden in Kentucky, but Kentucky is also considered reliable red.
Yes.
It's very red. It is very red. The only time you'll see any blue in Kentucky is a UK fan wearing it, and that's it.
Is there irony there, Dave?
A little bit.
Just a little bit.
But you mentioned Florida, though. I saw earlier Biden leads right now by about 2.5, 3 points right now. That's, like you say, it's early. You know, the thing I keep watching come across, look at Virginia. Trump leads. He's got 70% of the vote to 28, but they've already called it for Biden.
Yeah, that's...
What's that all about?
I have no idea.
That's weird.
Okay, Florida's showing right now Biden 50% and Trump. Where was he at there? It's close in Florida as expected, 53 to 45%.
That's Georgia.
Biden
That's Georgia.
Yes, I was going to say that, fellas. Georgia. And in Indiana, it's already been called for President Trump. Indiana is reliably red, as they say. That's not a new color. Tennessee is reliably red as well. Larry Lawrence is the chair of the Madison County Republican Party. He's joining us tonight as well from down at the Republican headquarters at 101 North Highland Avenue. Hey, Larry. Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good. Have y'all made a projection yet for the winner?
The winner of what?
Come on, Larry.
Look, I tell you, I'd be nervous at the end. Florida, though, looks pretty good because if you go in 200,000 or 300,000 votes behind into the Panhandle, you're okay. And so far, the Panhandle hadn't even closed yet.
Right.
So I'm cautiously optimistic about that one now. We still got a 1 8/10 behind. But
Larry, David Thomas, I don't want to debate you on that, but I will say this. You have to remember now, a lot of the early vote has already been baked into this thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was just looking at the map, and they show no reporting from that.
Yeah, we're looking at it now.
Yeah. Okay. Did the Panhandle get are those numbers in the totals, or just the numbers showing up there?
Well, Larry, when you get to the almost, well, it does right along the timeline. There's nothing right now showing as far as the numbers go. So we're talking about Destin and Pensacola and Panama City and all that bunch. No, those numbers have not turned up yet.
They might be right. They might be right. They could be included, but it's not showing. I'm sorry to interrupt you. But
Larry, let me say this, though, at the same time. Now, when they show the map and you look at your metropolitan areas, be it Miami or Orlando or Tampa, a lot of those have already checked in, but like you're talking about, the Panhandle, they don't have any red or blue there. So you're onto something there. I'll give that to you.
Yeah, I think that's what I just said, but go ahead, Bill.
I'll get back at Dan for the way he treated me today as much as I can.
Larry, I apologize for asking you questions.
You did not take me down. I just tried to cut your skin.
No, you're not going to do that, Larry. I love you way too much. I apologize for asking legitimate questions, though, Larry.
Okay, yeah, I know only illegitimate answers. Back to Florida on a serious note. Around Dade County, Trump's trailing about 8 or 10 points. Did y'all just see this on the screen?
Yes, it's Miami. That's South Florida. They're Dade County right now. So we have the chairman of the Madison County Republican Party, Larry Lowrance, is on the line with us. So, okay, Larry, what do you know? Let's go back to Dade County. That's Miami, Florida, South Florida. What do you know? What's the latest you've seen there?
I don't know anything. I know what y'all did, but also that's where I'm getting the same information. But Trump was behind about 10 points. But at that same place last election, he was behind almost 20.
That's right, yes.
And so it looks like the Latino vote might be coming in a little bit more, and that was projected. So I'm not at all just thrilled yet. But Florida, I see some optimistic.
Larry, there's a couple more things I want to ask you. Do you know how to spot a blue mirage? We're having trouble spotting these blue mirage states. You know, some are just a mirage. Do you have any? Do you have the formula? I'm kidding you, Larry. Did you have something there for Larry?
This is Corey Currie, Larry. The only thing that I was going to add to that Florida vote, I don't know for sure if last election, when we were looking at the numbers or the numbers the way that you were describing them, it's showing that 70% of the votes are in. Is that a significant percentage that's in at this moment? Could that debunk your whole theory of
Dade County?
Yes.
Well, you know, I'm not familiar enough with Dade County precincts to know which ones have come in to start with, and to make and answer your question, yes, it could.
Okay.
That's you know, you never know till they put those final numbers up.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
It's an encouraging sign. Now, I'm not so thrilled right now with Georgia. I'm not, you know, chalking it up, but the women's vote is just it's scary, and I don't understand it. But anyway, what are y'all's feelings about Georgia?
Georgia, I'm a Braves fan. It's Atlanta. The traffic sucks, but it's nice. It's nice. Yeah, I tell you, Larry, it's hard. It's hard for me to fathom that we're talking about this. Georgia, which way will it go in a presidential election? It's been a while since that's happened. But right now, as they say, it's too early to call.
Mm-hmm.
What's the talk around the Republican water cooler today?
Oh, well, there's not much about just watching early returns. And here again, they change so quickly, it's hard to really, or at least for me, to have a firm idea. So,
what do you think, Larry, what do you think the number one issue for voters in the presidential election was this
Did
year?
you see that?
The coronavirus? Is it to rebuild the economy? What do you think is the number one issue? Larry, just a minute. Let me get the question out, big guy. What do you think is the number one issue?
Among Democrats, the number one was racial justice. Number two was the coronavirus. In the Republican, I remember number one was economy. I cannot quote the other two, but I was shocked at that. Now that's according to the exit surveys, and I got that off the TV. So I don't know anything you don't know, but
well, I know that.
Yeah.
But Larry, what I'm showing here is the most important issue to your vote. This was a CNN exit poll. They said the economy. So you have to think it's a lot of Democrats. The economy was at 34%. Racial inequality, 21%. Coronavirus was at 18%. Crime and safety, 11%. Health care policy was 11%. So the economy and racial equality was ahead of health.
Yeah, it was. And here again, if you break down, I'm repeating myself, but the economy was skewed to that side because of Republican voters, and racial inequality was skewed to the high side because of Democratic voters, because that was the number one choice. Republicans was economics, and number one Democrats was racial injustice. So that would kind of blew my mind. I thought the economy would be way, higher up.
Well, there's one more poll here that was done by CNN. United States, which is more important, is contain the coronavirus or rebuild the economy, and 52% in the presidential race said contain coronavirus. Rebuild the economy came in at 42%. Are you surprised, Larry, it was that close, only a 10% difference?
Yes, I am. I am. But, then like we talked about earlier today, when you hear things drummed in your head over and over and over again, you cannot help but have that affect you some way. And I think that's what's happened here. You look at the mainstream media, every time you turn it on, it says Donald Trump killed another 4,000 people a day because of his inaction. And things like that, it's hard to ignore them.
Well, Larry, the Panhandle, the polls closed there at 7. So we're about 45 minutes away from the polls closing in the Panhandle in Florida. And it always comes in reliably red. I mean, if it's close in Florida, Trump will get to the Panhandle and Florida will win. That's just how that is, right? Anyone could argue that?
Right. But now here's the thing that's a little bit scary. Biden could lose Florida and still win. Trump almost got
right now what we're showing. Dave, did you see the latest numbers out of Florida?
There it is, 50 and 48.
50-48.
Okay, well, let's say who has 50 and who has 48.
Biden,
okay.
50%.
That's like 6%. Okay, folks, the scores tonight: 2-1, 5-4, and 6-7. So there you go, Larry. That's the latest. And listen, anything that you can add to the broadcast tonight, please don't hesitate.
Well, I'll call back a little bit later after things get in here and be crying or yelling for victory, one of the two.
What's the feeling there? This is Larry Lawrence on the line with us. He's the chairman of the Madison County Republican Party, and he's down at a viewing party tonight. Big turnout, Larry?
It's coming in. They're starting to come in a little bit at a time now.
That means no.
Yeah.
Larry is...
It is projecting online as we have predicted. How about that one?
Larry, are masks required at the viewing party?
Okay, we'll check with you later, Dan. Dave.
Big old boy with a flat top.
Okay, you don't have to answer that if you don't want. Larry Lawrence, who is a great American, he's a very good friend of mine, and the chairman of the Madison County Republican Party. Okay, fellas, have you discovered something new here?
I think I have. They just called, Fox News just called Kentucky Mitch McConnell. We were just talking about that a moment ago.
Mitch McConnell takes Kentucky.
59-36 right now, and it was about 2-1. It was 400,000 plus to 200,000 plus. So that still kind of
surprised
me.
Yeah.
So that's over.
Yeah.
That's a rented mule. And his opponent was an American veteran, right?
That's right.
But against Mitch McConnell.
That's right.
So we can call that for Mitch McConnell. He'll keep that Senate seat in Kentucky. Puts a rented mule on, what's her name?
Amy McGrath.
Can I add something here real quick?
Well, it depends on what you want to add.
I want to add something for our election commission here. Kim Buckley and the crew. I have to really applaud them.
Fine job, yes.
A statement was made about someone being able to walk in with political clothing or gear or whatever. I don't want that to taint the great work that they did during this process. I had the opportunity.
Oh no, that was
to
down in
watch this.
that was in Henderson County where that happened.
No,
Wasn't it?
I think he said he had a friend that voted here in Madison County, and he's told him that happened here.
I didn't see any of that when I voted. But I'm not
I
saying
didn't
it
either.
didn't
Yeah,
happen,
I
but-
didn't see anything, and I wanted to make sure that that I came back and talked about how I'd never seen anything like that. First of all, the crowd. And our office is directly across the street, so I had an opportunity to see the whole thing play out almost every day. And, I mean, the lines were flowing so smoothly, and everyone said 15, 20 minutes they were
Let me
out.
jump in a minute. Trump wins Kentucky and West Virginia. Biden takes Virginia and... Okay, all right. Sorry to talk over you there. So that's why Mitch McConnell has won the Kentucky Senate race, and what I think by anyone's sliding scale is a rented mule. As McConnell takes stats over McGrath, 59% to 36%. And Dave, you have contacts in Kentucky, a lot of them horses and mules and that sort of thing. But does this surprise you at all? With
No,
McConnell?
not a bit. This is the McConnell first ran in 2008. He was a little bit tighter than this. Then in 14, he won going away. Like I said, he won by 15 points over Allison London and Grimes. And tonight, he's well on his way to another double-digit victory as well. I think that one of the things I'm glad you mentioned as far as the Senate races are concerned.
Now that I don't
something
know.
we're going to be talking about in just a moment, or a little bit later on anyway, because there is talk of flipping the Senate to Democrat.
No, that's why I was
there's
asking.
one
When you
seat
said
I
that,
think
I
that's
thought,
as
well, why
good
did
as
John tell me
gone
that?
for the Democrats, and that's in Alabama. Because if
You
you
think
have
John
an Auburn
State
fan that's going to vote for Tommy Tuberville, you know that Doug Jones is going to
Well,
lose.
you ain't kidding, Doug Jones, who
Yeah.
won that special election.
That
So
Jeff
that's it. So
Sessions,
it's not
his seat,
getting
because
defeat
Jeff
from the
Sessions went to work
studio.
for the
That's
president.
John.
So
Yeah.
now he's in,
Yeah.
and of course he
That's
did
it.
the unpopular thing. I think
So I think
may
he's
have
expecting me to
known
do
he's
it
on
this
his way out, but he voted for impeachment.
I guess fine
for
to keep
the
it smooth.
president. So, and also
Well, they let you
Democrat in
better on
Alabama,
the
something just
yeah, that's what I was going to say. It may be.
Well,
maybe
and
better.
this just comes in from Mike Doles, who is hovering like a big old angel. He says that McGrath spent over $70 million and still lost against McConnell. Spent over $70 million. Mike, can you check and see how much that McConnell spent on that Senate race in Kentucky? I'd be curious to know that. You can join us, folks. Hey, this is your chance to sound off tonight in real time as we broadcast all across West Tennessee, from Mississippi's border all the way up to the Kentucky border. From the Tennessee River over to the Mississippi River tonight here on 93.1 in News Talk West Tennessee, and right here at News Talk World Headquarters in downtown Jackson, it's News Talk 101.5. Dan Reaves along with our news director David Thomas. David's also online editor at WNWS.com, Corey Currie. He also is with us. Corey is our political... what's your title, Corey?
Corey.
Now, that's your name.
I'm the pizza
What's your
sampler
handle?
every year. I'm the pizza sampler.
We'll come back to you. He won't stop eating Pyro's Pizza. I don't blame you. Pyro, you can order online at pyrospizza.com. They're feeding us here tonight, and it is sure enough good, and it is tremendous. Reliable lawn care and landscaping also bringing you election return coverage. 2020, it's that time of year. It's fall, and fall, when it comes, the leaves come down with it. Reliable lawn care and landscaping. They offer complete leaf collection and removal service as well as curbside pickup. Call them today at 731-234-0823. Reliable lawn care and landscaping.com. Tennessee Charter, number 5398. Hey, if you let people on your land that are not insured, licensed, bonded, insured, and they get hurt, holy moly. Remember that, folks. 731-234-0823. We're live at lawncareandlandscaping.com. We'll be right back. Election return coverage 2020 marches on. The presidential race, they've taken 2 states apiece. We'll update you on the presidential race when we return. You can join us. Sound off. We want to check the pulse of West Tennessee here, folks. 423-8101, 1-800-304-1015. Call.
We are Jackson's best news talk radio station. We have to be. We have the best listeners.
Just a real commitment to an intellectual debate.
News Talk 101.5 FM.
Has Election Day got you feeling patriotic? CustomHeritageFlags.com offers a select line of high-end handcrafted wooden flags of all types, including custom requests, a proud part of the West Tennessee community since 2014, and shipping flags to proud patriots across the United States every day. Unique with quality you can feel. Log on to CustomHeritageFlags.com or call direct 731-499-2540. Make a statement. Make sure it's Custom Heritage Original.
Having a bipartisan relationship during an election usually divides the House. At KC Simmons & Bryant, we want to help with that division. We have over 30 years of combined legal experience helping people navigate the law and find resolutions. Divorce and family law is one of our specialties. Contact us online at kcsimmonsandbryant.com or give us a call at 931-272-8743 for a free consultation.
This is Sam Bryant with Samuel T. Bryant Distillery, located by Century Farm Winery just off exit 74 on I-40. Are you looking for a unique local experience? Come by and see us for some free samples of our 25 different products. Our handcrafted spirits make unique Christmas presents to enhance any holiday party. The event space at Samuel T. Bryant Distillery is also available to rent. Put visiting Samuel T. Bryant Distillery on your to-do list today. Samuel T. Bryant Distillery, Jackson, Tennessee.
Hi, I'm Teresa. So many times we buy things that will only bring temporary happiness. How would you like to give a gift with a personal touch? At Jackson Engraving and Awards, we can engrave on most customer-provided items. We even have ornaments available that we can engrave on as well. Call 731-935-7333 or visit jackson-engraving.com today to see what kind of cheer we can bring to you this holiday season.
News Talk 101.5.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. That's 525,800 minutes of hot talk in town. News Talk 101.5 FM.
Election return coverage 2020 here on News Talk 101.5 and 93.1, being presented by Kimberly Evans, Coldwell Banker Real Estate Now. Looking for opportunities to serve her community and give back to those who give the most. Homes for Heroes, a program that serves local heroes such as teachers and firefighters, law enforcement, medical professionals, first responders, as well as active and veteran military members who fight to keep us free. Homes for Heroes. For more information, contact Kimberly Evans. It's 697-8558. That's her cell, 731-697-8558. The office number, 731-668-1777, KimberlyEvans.com. My name's Dan Reaves, along with our news director, David Thomas. Great to have you along with us here tonight for election return coverage 2020, live from News Talk World Headquarters in downtown Jackson. And also with us tonight, Corey Currie, who's been working elections with us for how long, Corey? It's been a long time.
Quite a few years.
Quite a few. Great to see you as always.
Good to be here, man.
Corey Currie. You can call us. We'd love for you to 731-423-8101, 1-800-304-1015. You can also reach us on the Old Town Spaghetti Store text line. That number is 277-5155, 277-5155, Old Town Spaghetti Store text line. Brad McCoy is out at, and let's see, Brad is he live now? Let's go check and see if he is out at the Election Commission. Brad McCoy, the real McCoy. Brad, are you with us yet? He may be still setting up out there. We've got a microphone there live. Greg Wood is working that also. Larry Lowrance is the chairman of the Republican Party here in Madison County. We'll check in with him from time to time in downtown Jackson. We have a viewing party there at 101 North Highland Avenue. Political science professor from Union University, Hunter Baker, will join us here in just a moment as well. You can watch this election return coverage on our Facebook pages, News Talk 101.5's Facebook page, also on 93.1 News Talk West Tennessee's Facebook page. David, what do you have over there, sir?
The returns are early, but it's something that I think that we can look at and probably once again a telltale sign. If you look at in particular the Senate races, let's say, for instance, South Carolina. Right now, with 3% of the vote reporting, Lindsey Graham leads 51.8% to 47% over Jamie Harrison. Lindsey Graham, of course, a Republican, and Harrison, a Democrat. 47,000 to 43,000 votes. Okay, it's either projected but anyway, Columbia, the largest city, is going to go with Harrison. Now, Harrison is an up-and-comer, an African-American, and you would figure that not just if any Democrat, and I'm looking at, for instance, in Georgia as well, when the Democrat uses their ammunition in the major metropolitan area, if they haven't made inroads yet, then they're cooked. I think they're through. And it's Harrison has got to do really, really well in Columbia. John Ossoff in Georgia, and then has got to do really well, very well in, of course, Atlanta. But with 7% of the vote in Atlanta, there's 182,000 plus for David Perdue, and John Ossoff, the Democrat, 162. So it begins to kind of unfold a little bit.
We'll come back to that in just a moment, and when we do return, Hunter Baker will be with us live from News Talk World Headquarters. Hunter Baker, political science professor, Union University. As our election return coverage continues, we're back in just a moment. Stay right there.
This is Jackson's News Talk, 101.5 FM, WNWS-FM, Jackson.
I'm Keith Peters. Some of the election results are coming in. President Trump has won the states of Kentucky, Indiana, South Carolina, and West Virginia, while Democratic challenger Joe Biden has taken Virginia and Vermont. Republican Shelley Moore Capito has won election to the U.S. Senate from West Virginia, in a state that is turning red. And there, Jim Justice has also won re-election as governor. Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Warner of Virginia has won a third term to office. Warner defeated Republican challenger Daniel Gate on Tuesday in a low-key race whose outcome was never in doubt. Democrats have not lost a statewide election in Virginia since 2009. Virginia's grown increasingly liberal over the past 4 years, and as a result of the 2019 elections, Democrats now control every branch of government in the state of Virginia. The FBI is now investigating bogus robocalls that warned voters across the country to stay home to be safe.
A senior Homeland Security official tells reporters a federal investigation is underway into anonymous robocalls that have picked up in the final days before the election. Some calls featured a computerized female voice saying, "Time to stay home, stay safe and stay home." And although the election isn't specifically mentioned, some who received the calls say it feels like voter suppression. A tracking company reports there were 10 million calls just in the month of October, and more were reported this week. And this appears to be a sophisticated effort. Meanwhile, a different batch of robocalls was reported in Flint, Michigan, falsely telling voters they should wait until Wednesday because of long lines. Jackie Quinn, Washington.
And once again, President Trump has won the state of South Carolina, that the latest. On Wall Street, the Dow up by 554 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Tell me why Relief Factor is so successful in lowering or eliminating pain. I'm often asked that question. Pete and Seth Talbot, the father and son founders of Relief Factor, tell me they believe our bodies were designed to heal. The doctors who formulated Relief Factor selected the 4 best ingredients, 100% drug-free ingredients that each help your body deal with inflammation. Order the 3-week quick start now. Discount it to only $19.95 to see if it will work for you too. Call 800-500-8384. ReliefFactor.com.
Meeting new people, going on dates. I was way out of practice. Silver Singles made it easy for me to get back into dating, and it felt just right.
Rediscover the magic of dating with Silver Singles, the exclusive community for singles over 50.
Signing up was easy. I told them a little about me, my interests, and I started getting matches right away.
At Silver Singles, you receive daily matches you won't want to miss. Start your search today at silversingles.com/radio. silversingles.com/radio.
Try Gene Langley Ford before you buy, because here you'll find what you need, and what's more, you'll get a deal that you won't regret in the morning. Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt, the dealership service built.
Is the cheapest insurance really your best buy? It could be if the coverage is right for you, but how do you know? Hi, this is Roger Smith, Thompson & Smith Insurance, one of the area's oldest and largest trusted choice agencies. Chuck Thompson and I, along with the best team in insurance, have built our company and our reputations as trusted advisors, delivering peace of mind with the choice of many top-rated insurance companies. Although we many times do, Thompson & Smith is not simply going to promise to save you hundreds of dollars over your current plan. What we will promise is a thorough evaluation of your home, auto, or business insurance needs and provide an insurance program to match. Chances are we'll save you money. On the rare occasion that we can't help you, we'll tell you why. Either way, our goal at Thompson & Smith is to help you as a client or to help you as a future client. So if we haven't told you lately, we'd love to add you to our growing list of customers. Experience the Thompson & Smith difference. Call us at 664-4750. That's 664-4750. Or check us out at thompsonandsmith.com.
Hi, I'm Grover King, owner and jeweler of King Jewelers. I opened King Jewelers 22 years ago and made it my mission to provide you with quality jewelry at an affordable price. With over 35 years experience as a jeweler, you can feel safe knowing your jewelry is in good hands. Whether you just need a ring sized or want to create a custom engagement ring, King Jewelers will help. My employees are knowledgeable and we put customer service first. No job is too small and every person that walks through our door is important to us. Come to see us at King Jewelers today. 16 Conrad Drive, 664-8188. Shop us online at kingjewelersjackson.com.
They still haven't returned my calls or replied to my messages.
Hi, this is Bob, your typical real estate agent. This is my voicemail. Leave a message.
The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time. Goodbye.
Knew I should have called Kimberly Evans.
Hey folks, this is Big Steve. I've bought and sold dozens of homes in my life. My biggest problem with realtors is the lack of communication. They never return phone calls, text messages, and emails on time, and I've missed many opportunities, contracts, and updates because of it. With Kimberly, I never had that problem. She answers the phone even if I call after 11 p.m. She sold my home in 7 days, and her average time to sell any home in the market is 9 days.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Evans with Coldwell Banker Real Estate Now. I know that hearing back from your realtor is important. That's why if you call or text my cell phone before 10 p.m., I will respond within an hour. Seriously, if you don't have a response from me within the hour, I will mow your grass. That's how we do everything at Kimberly Evans. Your call's returned, paperwork is done, and house is sold faster.
Call Kimberly today, 731-668-1777, or her cell at 731-697-8558. That's 731-697-8558, and KimberlyEvans.com.
Has Election Day got you feeling patriotic? CustomHeritageFlags.com offers a select line of high-end handcrafted wooden flags of all types, including custom requests, a proud part of the West Tennessee community since 2014, and shipping flags to proud patriots across the United States every day. Unique with quality you can feel. Log on to CustomHeritageFlags.com or call direct 731-499-2540. Make a statement. Make sure it's Custom Heritage Original.
Most agents have one pricing strategy, while Tammy believes there are actually three. You can price your home above the comps, you can price it right in line with fair market value, or, for her most savvy clients, you can price it just below market value to create a bidding war opportunity. Of these three pricing strategies, which one suits you? Trust the agent who's been in business since 2007. Call Tammy Jones at Town & Country Realtors today, 731-225-3158, or call her office at 731-668-7000.
We didn't invent News Talk Radio. News Talk Radio. We perfected it.
Hey, it's great to hear you guys. The show is awesome.
News Talk 101.5 FM.
Welcome to Election 2020 live coverage on News Talk 101.5 and 93.1 FM. Brought to you in part by Tammy Jones Town & Country, Jackson Engraving and Awards, Caraco's Pizza, Jackson Heating and Air, Samuel T. Bryant Distillery, Silverwood Cabinetry, Ridgecrest Cellars, Casey Simmons and Bryant, Party Mart, Gene Langley Ford, Woods Custom Floors, Brooksy's Barn, Thompson & Smith Insurance, King Jewelers, Quench Juice, Kimberly Evans at Coldwell Banker Real Estate Now, Reliable Lawn Care and Landscape, Lindsay Electric, Mitchell's Body Shop, VIP Weight Loss and Anti-Aging, Red Bones Grill and Bar, the 731 Sports Bar and Grill, and Heritage Flag. Now here's your host, Dan Reaves.
Custom Heritage Flag. They do fantastic work. Custom Heritage Flag Company, proud to be a part of election night. And the West Tennessee community making high-end wood flags that ship all over this great country of ours on a daily basis. Make sure it's a Custom Heritage original, customheritageflags.com. Also, our thanks goes out to Pyro's Fire Fresh Pizza on Van Drive in Jackson. Pyro'sPizza.com for feeding us tonight. Some tremendous pizza there at Pyro's Pizza. Thanks to Craig and all the folks at Pyro's Fire Fresh Pizza. And also, we want to thank our friends over at the 731 Sports Bar and Grill. Tuesday's pub poll starting at 731. It's Taco Tuesday. All day, $2 tacos plus Freedom Hour from 2 to 6. Freedom Hour. And the delicious Cajun cuisine, the signature cocktails and live music of Red Bones Grill and Bar. Quench Juice, BK. I drink that every single day. Your health starts in the guts, you know it? And BK is a highly concentrated fermented product that has been proven to stimulate the digestive system as well as immune system with only 2 ounces a day. Quench Juice. Great Americans right there. Ralph and Jen and the entire family. That's on. It's off Old Humboldt Road right across the street from Jackson Bowling, Skating, and Family Fun Center. Quench Juice. That's where I go, man. I love it, love it, love it. My name's Dan Reaves. Pleasure to have you along with us tonight on our election return coverage 2020. And joining me in the studio is our news director, David Thomas. David is also online editor at WNWS.com. Dave, great to see you, my friend.
You as well, Dan. Thank you much. Great to be here. And we are just moments away, I'm sure, from getting a few figures from the Jackson-Madison County Election Commission.
Yeah, we'll check it with Brad McCoy here in just a moment. Corey Currie's worked many elections with us. Corey's here tonight. Hello, Corey.
Hello. How are you?
Great to see you tonight.
Good to be here.
Good man, good man. And here he is, a political science professor from Union University. Mr. Hunter Baker is in the house. Hunter, good evening, sir. How are you?
Hey, I'm okay. You forced me out of my evening plan. I was going to dig a hole tonight and just kind of get inside the hole, and
you can't. That'd be
I was going to be like the groundhog. I was going to emerge about 30 minutes after midnight and see if I saw my shadow.
Well, we'd be doing whack-a-mole on you, Hunter, if you did that. It'd be like me going out the ground when the Steelers were in the Super Bowl. Come on, man.
Sometimes we protect ourselves against perceived pain.
Well, do you feel like that Trump is, you're a Republican?
I'm a Republican.
Trump is Republican.
I was a very reluctant Trump voter in 2016, less reluctant in 2020.
What changed for you?
Public policy. I thought that I liked his public policy. I thought that basically...
We move that around a little bit, Hunter.
Basically, I think that he governed well. I think he's done the right thing with regard to China, which is a huge issue that I think people don't pay attention to.
Yep.
Yeah, he's really stood up to China.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something. When I ran for office in 2016, I learned that not everybody is the polo and penny loafer crowd, and I started paying attention to what people thought about free trade, and I realized that some of my economic theories didn't match with people's economic realities, and I became a little bit warmer toward Trump as a result.
Okay, so that's what's changed you. You feel comfortable with President Trump at the head of the Republican Party as President of the United States. You were a little bit in 2016, but that's changed.
In 2016, I'll just tell you, I voted for him because my wife did.
Let me jump in here. I think yes, Brad McCoy is live at the Madison County Election Commission. Hello, Brad. Great to have you along with us tonight. What's happening down at the Election Commission?
Well, we're about to get the first absentee ballots. We got Phil Bryant standing by, and we're going to go to him and get the results of the absentees.
Okay, so this is early and absentee votes. Just to tell you a little bit about tonight, the way this will work out is that we have 33 precincts. As we get 11 boxes in, we'll be back. We get 22 and then 33. To the results. In the president's race, Donald Trump, 15,975. Joe Biden, 13,819. The United States Senate, Bill Hagerty, 16,035. Marquita Bradshaw, 12,627. Okay, in the U.S. House of Representatives, District 8, David Kustoff, that was percentage. David Kustoff, 16,152. Erica Stotts Pearson, 12,439. County Commission District 4, Trey Cleek, 2,018. Cynthia Boys, 1,752. Okay, that's the contested races we have. We'll be back in when we have 11 boxes. Thank you.
Okay, fellas, Brad McCoy live at the Election Commission. Anything early there with those numbers that surprised you at all?
Marquita Bradshaw.
Yeah, what's that number?
12,627 compared to 16,035 for Hagerty. Well, now that's a great showing by her. But now when we get go up to East Tennessee and come this way, she's going to have to really show up in the Knoxville and the Tri-Cities area. And then, of course, on into Nashville.
And it's certainly unlikely. As they say, East Tennessee is reliably red. Hunter, is there any way Bradshaw could take that side of the states?
Well, last time I was on, I told you that when I saw Phil Bredesen lose handily in 2018, my calculus was that a Democrat can't win statewide. So, no.
But it's plain English, and I agree with what Hunter said. Corey?
I'm same here. The only thing that I would add to it is a conversation we had earlier, Dave, about those who would be voting for Trump, those who would vote for Biden and then vote for Bradshaw versus Hagerty. And in this case, that could have been possible, looking at the difference in the numbers.
That's a really good point, what he just said. If you have a situation where the antipathy was so great against Trump and so many people came out to vote against him, especially white college-educated women, that's the kind of thing that can drag somebody, in a shocker across the line. So I think that was very astute to kind of think about that.
Well, that's why Corey's here. It's not just because he's photogenic. He is.
Very
but that's not the only reason he's here. And Florida and Pennsylvania is still the presidential race. Too early to call. What are the signs you're seeing? And as Trump has taken the lead in Florida, 50% to Biden's 48%, 55,197,000 votes for Trump. Biden's at 5,032 and some odd votes. Geez, that's close there. What's your thoughts on how that's going to end up there? Because the Panhandle right now that's still last to be counted in Florida, Central Time Zone. The rest of the states are on the Eastern.
Well, I can tell you from having lived in the Florida Panhandle, I went to high school in Florida, Pensacola. That's going to be Trump country, so he's gonna rack up votes there.
Well, as this continues to play out tonight, anything that you're so far it's been a quiet night. There's a lot of build up to this, and people are upset. Some people are scared, and that's not a monster under your bed. That's the ab lounger that you ordered off TV that you've never used, that sort of thing. But so far it's been a very quiet night.
I'm just never going to forget. 4 years ago, I came in to this studio and sat here. I sat here for about 2 hours, completely sure that Donald Trump was going to lose. And in fact, I thought nothing's going to happen, so I just went over to Union for a watch party. And I still remember the shock, the utter and complete shock of what we saw that night. There's a big part of me that still thinks that Donald Trump will lose the same way I thought he would lose last time. If he wins, the reckoning that will happen in the polling community is going to be absolutely stunning.
I mean, because this would be the second straight presidential election they missed. Yes.
But see, here's the thing. I think that what happens in polling, and this thought's not original with me, is that the sin is not so much to be wrong as to be by yourself and wrong. So I think they tend to kind of move like a herd, and nobody takes a chance.
That's right, yes.
So I think that we've seen the herd form kind of an opinion of this race, and we'll see if it turns out to be true.
Well, and it was, the conventional wisdom was the pollsters were going to be very conservative, so to speak, this time around, and because they knew they had to get it right. I mean, if you ran for Congress, you've been around politics a long time. These polls are expensive for a candidate to order those.
Yeah.
And if they're going to be that far off, what are you going to do? Have to start having to add a money back guarantee? Okay, Corey, what do you see up there? The Hagerty-Bradshaw race, what are you pointing out there?
Hagerty's at 74% and Bradshaw at 23% with the statewide numbers that are in. So
only 7% in so far.
Yes,
7%
yes.
so far.
I've already seen one. It's been called.
Yeah,
it has been called. So.
Well, there was one that called it Saturday afternoon.
Yeah,
it's how you going to win a statewide race in Tennessee?
Yeah.
If you're not a Republican, right?
And Pearson and Kustoff was just there as well at 77% and 22%, I think.
77 to 22 Kustoff. Oh, boy. Well, okay, so the rented mules are out this evening in the state of Tennessee. And, of course, Tennessee goes to President Donald Trump. That was called in July, I believe, when they called that one. But right now, Trump at 50% in Florida, and Biden is at 48%. So there's 29 electoral votes there to be had, fellas. 29 of those babies. Wisconsin, right now, they're going to be closing soon in Arizona, Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Those are 4 big states there, Hunter. They're going to play big. Indiana went, of course, to President Trump, big time, rented mule city there. Indiana is one of those states with that, Hunter, your favorite color, reliable red.
Well, yeah, we say that, although Indiana sometimes can be surprising. I mean, Indiana is one of those places that sometimes elects a Democrat for the Senate, sometimes elects Democrats for governor. But yes, presidential, they do tend to go with the Republicans. You mentioned Wisconsin's coming up. I remember last year, what got my attention was when I saw that Trump had won Florida and Wisconsin. That was the first inkling that I had that, okay, it's not going to be an early night.
We do have a correction coming in here. The largest city in South Carolina is Greenville. Did somebody say difference?
I did. I thought it was Columbia. That being the capital.
No, it's Greenville, the largest city in South Carolina. You can text us, folks. You like to shoot over a text as we kind of check the pulse of West Tennessee here, election 2020. The text line is sponsored by Old Town Spaghetti Store. The number to text us is 731-277-5155. You can call us. Break off a phone call. That number is 731-423-8101 or 1-800-304-1015 to join us here at Election Return Coverage 2020. Being presented in part by King Jewelers, Grover Blue Eyes King, 30-some-odd years, a certified jeweler. Craft that has simply been lost, but not at King Jewelers in Jackson. 16 B. Conrad Drive, the best selection of jewelry, best available prices, and Pulsar watches. All Pulsars on closeout right now at King Jewelers, and those are beautiful watches. Free gift wrapping right there at King Jewelers, 16 B. Conrad Drive, KingJewelersJackson.com. And the cheapest insurance, is it really the best? Well, it could be if the coverage is right for you, but how do you know? Well, Roger Smith knows. Thompson & Smith Insurance, one of the area's oldest and largest trusted choice agencies. Chuck Thompson, Roger Smith, great Americans, and I think Roger and Chuck have decided to make their home in Jackson. Don't you, fellas? They've been here forever, and that's who they insure their family and friends, and they'll take great care of you. 731-664-4750, ThompsonandSmith.com. And at Woods Custom Floor and Designs, Tim and Julie, that's another great family right there. Woods Custom Floors and Design, they can do these just absolutely gorgeous kitchens and bathrooms, and of course the floors. And right now, 12 months, no interest. That's the way to come through with a home run hit. 12 months, no interest right now. Woods Custom Floors and Design. They'll take great care of you there as well. Okay, what did you see there, Corey, to get your attention?
Early numbers in Pennsylvania. You know, I started the night saying Pennsylvania, and it's 81% Biden, 18% Trump with the early numbers. I didn't see the percent that was in, but that is those are the early Pennsylvania
well, I was
percentages.
just looking, it said
something tells me that's the Philadelphia area.
That was with 70% in. I'm kidding you. That's going to have to be Philadelphia area. Absolutely.
I know a lot about Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, the Pittsburgh Steelers, yes. Well, okay, what else, fellas? What's going on? Anything you've noticed there, Hunter?
Yeah, I've got a comment. Apparently, Rick Scott on NBC, so Senator from Florida, Rick Scott.
The former governor of Florida?
Yep. Said moments ago that he thinks Trump will win Florida by a bigger margin than in 2016. The main reason I bring that up is that obviously he has experience running in the state, so he may know something about what he's seeing there.
Well, and one reason for that, Hunter, and I'd like you to comment on it, is the Cuban immigrants in South Florida, the older, well, I should say more mature. It really worked, that message of, hey, socialism, Fidel Castro. Remember that? You don't want that. I think it worked.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely a possibility. And some people have the idea. We'll see, once this all shakes out, I'm going to be curious. Some people think that Trump is doing better with African-American men and Hispanic men. I want to see if that's really true. He probably needs that to make up for the college-educated white women that he loses.
Yeah, and also I'd heard that Dave was doing better with Hispanic women. Just had read that online. Any thoughts?
No.
I'm going to leave that one alone.
That was my quick no. That's a quick no for me.
David Thomas.
I knew you were going with that
one. Great American right there. What's the word out of South Carolina, the Senate race? Lindsey Graham and Harris in South Carolina. Anything on that one? That's one to watch. And we're going to try and check in with Victor Parkins. He's covering the mayoral race in Medina. They got a mayor's race going on over there.
South Carolina has tightened up. Lindsey Graham leads by about 3,000 votes. That's with 9% reporting. But another race that we want to keep an eye on as well, this one is interesting. North Carolina, Cal Cunningham is favored to win the race, but 3% reporting. Tom Tillis has got 100,924 votes to 55,105 for Cal Cunningham. So we're getting to a point where the Democrats are going to have to make a move as far as if they're going to flip the Senate, because these are seats right now where if Lindsey Graham holds serve, if Tom Tillis were to pull what some people may view as an upset over Cal Cunningham, then it begins to shorten the field and their opportunities as well. In Alabama, I don't know if it's reported as of yet. It has, it's obviously early, but Doug Jones does have about an 8,000 point lead, but that's only with 1% reporting so far.
Well, in Hunter, is there any chance in Alabama in that Senate race with Doug Jones and Tommy Tuberville that Alabama Crimson Tide fans, when they walk in that poll, they just can't pull the trigger for Tommy Tuberville?
Well, he's a lesser deity than Nick Saban, but my understanding is that Saban endorsed him. So Alabama fans may feel justified in pulling the lever. I'm just going to say, I've said it all along, that I thought that Doug Jones was dead as soon as he took that office. I still think that that's the case. And I'm just going to, bragging rights, one of my students is one of the three main staffers for Tuberville. So I'm rooting for him, because if they win, that young man is going to get to go to Washington, D.C., and I'm hoping that'll happen.
Well, wouldn't that be nice? boy. And, yeah.
West Tennessee kid going to Washington, D.C.
Yeah, it'd give us give us a man on the ground there in D.C. Sure would.
Roll down Tide.
Roll Tide, yes. Corey, what are you seeing over there? Anything popping up? We're talking
really
about right now?
With that particular case, only 1% in, and it's showing Doug Jones 64% and Tommy Tuberville at 35%. But again, it's only 1% reporting at this time on that particular race.
Okay, so that's happening there. Texas, you got a feel about that, Hunter? Is Texas in the presidential election?
First of all, I always think that the midterm is revealing, right? And in the midterm, we had Ted Cruz struggling to fend off Beto O'Rourke, but he did fend him off. And so it's kind of like if you look at Barack Obama, when Barack Obama was on the ticket, he brought strength, right? But when he's not there in that midterm, it's a less strong position, and you lose some things. I think Trump is going to be like that. I think that Republicans in Texas will be stronger with him actually on the ticket than him not on the ticket. So it's very hard for me to believe that Texas is actually at risk.
Well, yeah, and saw some very early numbers where Trump was way out in front. Dave, have you seen any Texas numbers?
No, I haven't.
Bass is from Texas, by the way. Deer Park.
The last I saw with the Texas was 49-49. Trump was like 49.1 and 49.4 in favor of Trump.
Let's go to Medina. We mentioned Medina. As our man on the ground there is the editor, the man, the CEO, the COO of the Milan Mirror Exchange newspaper, the award-winning newspaper over there at Milan, Tennessee, Victor Parkins. He also has all the newspapers in Gibson County. And he's covering the Medina mayoral race. Let's go to Victor live in Medina. Hey, Victor, good evening, and how are you, sir?
Hey, I couldn't be better, Danny. How are y'all tonight?
Well, we're doing fantastic. What's happening in Medina?
Medina Mayor Vance Coleman has won the race. He's going to be serving a fifth term. He's already served 16 years, so congratulations to Vance Coleman.
Wow, okay, so Vance Coleman, 16 years. Now is pardon?
I said, yes, sir.
So with this, he served 16, so this is going to put him at the 20-year mark.
That's right.
Okay. That's how long did Herb Davis serve as mayor in Milan, Victor?
Oh, goodness, Danny, all of our childhood.
It's
I don't know. I mean, at least 20 years, at least.
Any of you guys remember Herb Davis?
No.
The mayor of Milan?
They probably don't, Danny, but they may have driven through Milan and seen bumper stickers that said, "I'm for Herb."
I remember that. Yes, I remember that. Yes, Herb Davis, who was Well, I mean, I think Herb was born old. He was when I was a child, but he served a long time mayor there in Milan. So Coleman is Victor. How'd the race turn out? Was it close? Was it a landslide or any mule? How did Vance do as far as taking the vote tonight?
Most of the Vance won big. Vance got 1,010 votes. His challenger, Josh Yeomans, got 791 votes. It was a three-person race. Mary Varner, she garnered 497 votes. And there was also a referendum to allow the sale of wine in grocery stores, and it was a landslide. It passed 70-some-odd% of the vote.
Well, so wine in grocery stores is coming to Medina. Nothing finer than wine in grocery stores in Medina. Okay, and and Victor, have you heard anything over in Alamo? Because it was on the referendum over there to add liquor stores in Crockett County, or at least Alamo.
I haven't. Medina is a very unique voting precinct. They don't have wards over here, and so if you're present at the precinct when it closes, they post all the numbers on the window. So I'm guessing the courthouse probably don't even have this news yet. But that if you only have one precinct, the results come quickly.
Victor Parkins, Dave, go right ahead for Victor.
Victor, I was just simply going to say when you said that the referendum passed on the sale of wine and dams, talking about Crockett County as well. I guarantee you that may not raise a lot of eyebrows in this room or for the most part in Jackson, but there's a lot of people who sell wine in Jackson that just lost a lot of sales.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And there's, the small town of Medina has 3 liquor stores over here. So they just lost a lot of sales.
Well, hey, they know how to have fun in Medina. They really do. Okay.
Yep.
What else, Victor? Anything you see out there tonight? It seemed to be fairly quiet. I know that people were nervous going into Election Day. What do you see out there as you kind of comb the city streets?
Well, there's really nothing happening in Medina right now, to be honest with you. But, the glaring, what I saw glaring at me is how many people voted early. There was, I'm guessing 60% of this total, and I'm really rethinking that, probably closer to 70 voted early. So, when they were posting these individual boxes, the numbers were 17 to 22 to 5. It was, the early votes it was just unbelievable how many people voted early in this election.
Victor Parkins. Victor, where can we find your stories on tonight of the totals? Website, where do we find them?
Our website, www.milanmirexchange.com. We just got through with the Facebook Live post that we'll continue some coverage on tonight. And we're headed over to the mayor's house now to get some post-election comments from him. And we'll have all that in our printed edition on Tuesday morning.
Sounds great, Victor Parkins, Great American, the Milan Mirror Exchange. And, Victor, your other newspapers over there?
Sure. The Humboldt Chronicle covers the Humboldt area. Tri-City Reporter up in the north end, Dyer and Rutherford and Kenton. And then the Gazette holds down the city of Trent.
Victor Parkins, Great American over there in Milan. Victor, thank you so much. And if you can get Vance McDonald, he plays tight end for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Vance Coleman, who's just been officially reelected in Medina. 16 years he served as mayor. He'll serve, God willing, a minimum of 20 years now with a win tonight. If you can get him to spit out a few syllables for us, if he'd like to come on, to let him know he is certainly welcome to.
I'll do my best, Dan. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Victor. Appreciate it. Get it done. Get it done, big guy. Okay, so Vance Coleman wins again. Seeing right now they're tabulating the votes and looking at the electoral votes right now. Biden with 91, Trump with 73. And there's been talk in the last few years about the Electoral College. Has its time come and gone? And when you look at, and typically the losing party when it comes to the presidential race is the one that will bring it up. Going back to the year 2000, George W. Bush lost the popular vote to Al Gore, but he won the Electoral College. Then in 2016, again, President Trump, the Republican nominee, lost the popular vote, but won the Electoral College. And how's it gone? Hunter, help me out with this. 6 out of the last 7 elections, the winner.
Well, since 2000, right? I mean, it didn't until 2000. Your Electoral College winner and your popular vote winner were basically always the same. So since 2000, you have had Bush win once, Electoral College not popular vote, and you've had Trump win once, right?
Right.
Without that's just 2, right? Say again.
That was without the popular vote.
Yeah, without the popular vote.
That's
yeah.
right,
Yeah. So it's just twice.
Yeah, and before that, so it went all the way back to, what, the 1800s? Is that right?
Yeah, you probably there's probably something with Andrew Jackson that way. I'm almost sure. No.
No, I can't.
Grover
Yeah,
Cleveland.
I'm thinking. Grover Cleveland
Grover
probably.
Cleveland, yes.
Yeah, we have to go back and look at that. But let me say this: without
But Andrew
the,
Jackson did. Yeah, it's Andrew Jackson back in the early 1800s,
Without-
1824. Yes.
without the Electoral College, it's not our system. Okay, I mean that's the thing that we have to understand. The Constitution was not formed to just be the mass citizens of the United States of America. It was an agreement between the states, with the states delegating part of their power to the federal government. That's why we have 2 senators for each state instead of just on a popular vote level, and that's why we have the Electoral College. Now, we can change the Constitution, but our Constitution is made to be that way.
Right. And so what would have changed to where people are saying, well, some people are saying that, okay, this Electoral College has outlived its usefulness. What would have changed to do that? I mean, the concentration of our population, coastal, big cities, well, that's not anything new, right?
Well, what's different is the majorities for a particular point of view in some of those places, right? So California used to have close races, and a lot of times Republicans would win.
Right? Yes, absolutely.
Now it's super lopsided. And same thing in a place like New York. I mean, New York used to have a Republican governor, Republican mayor of New York City.
Well, and then in Tennessee, it was a Democrat supermajority.
Absolutely true. Yeah, it's true. But the thing that we forget is that until recently, and we're still kind of there, the Democrats have had kind of an advantage in the Electoral College, even though it has kind of bit them a couple of times. The blue wall, right? You know, how many Republicans could thread the needle and get through the blue wall? So it's really just a very recent phenomenon that it's any different.
Right. Dave?
Good thoughts, but I'm also thinking about if we did away with the Electoral College, consider this. Would we ever even see the president in Tennessee? He wouldn't need to come here. There's 6 or 7 states. They win. That's it. I think we'd make a horrible mistake by getting rid of it.
Well, he didn't come here anyhow, Dave.
Well, Biden
because they don't. I mean, Tennessee it's a given. It's going to go to the Republican.
Well, but at the same time, though, why would you not want to say, "Look, I want your vote"? Why would you not want to campaign? Why would a Democrat not say, I'm going to go to Kansas, let those people know I want them to vote? Biden went to Nebraska this year. Do you think he would show up a Democrat would show up in Nebraska if we did away with the electoral? I don't think so.
Well, that argument could be made because, I mean, Corey, why would President Trump
come to Tennessee?
Okay, it's already.
But you're
he
saying,
can serve his time can be served better somewhere else.
But
not a slight on Tennessee, but you know.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. I think that you look at your heavily populated areas, and it's kind of like we win this state, and we become president of the United States. You know, you also mentioned in
Okay,
in the
that's
year
what I
in the year-
said, not
in the
you.
year 2000. In the year 2000, when George W. Bush beat Albert Gore, when the Electoral College came into play, and a lot of people still discuss that, but the thing that doesn't seem like it's ever discussed is that Bush had 271 electoral, probably the closest ever, 271 to 266. If Gore, and the battle was over Florida, back and forth, but if Gore had won his home state, he would have been president of the United States.
Yep, and it ended up being appointed by the.
Well, yeah, the vote was 5-4. Gore had 4 votes from the Supreme Court.
It wasn't.
and Bush
I mean,
had 5.
the court ended the dispute.
That's right.
Bush did have more votes in Florida.
Sure
That was
did.
determined after the election.
There were 3 newspapers that involved.
That's right.
Determined
That's right.
by who?
By 3 newspapers, the USA Today and a couple of others.
No,
Yeah,
they paid
carried
for
out
the recount. They
investigation.
paid for the recount.
Paid for the recount. Yeah,
They sure did.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
you're
did
talking
win.
about the mainstream media.
He
that-
did in
you're-
fact,
now
because
you-
they were hoping to find the opposite.
Now
Yeah.
you're friends with them.
That's it.
No, I'm kidding, fellas.
Yeah.
Have you watched Hacking Democracy?
I don't think I have.
You
I
may
know
have
what
a-
you're talking
You
about.
may have a different view if you do watch that, and it's hard to deny things that are on film.
I don't
done a
know
lot
about
of,
that.
I've done a lot of TV, I can tell you. Oh, man, it's great to have you fellas in here. Here we go. Florida, Pennsylvania presidential race. Too early to call. It's tight. Lord of mercy. It's tight.
Dan, I got to say something about that, though, because Decision Desk HQ, which is one of the established services, they called Florida for Trump like 20 minutes ago. Now, I mean, so Fox is not calling it. Some other folks are not calling it.
I
But,
would
yeah.
feel comfortable calling it right now for Trump.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
the bulk of the remaining vote to be counted is the Panhandle, right?
Yeah.
And it's reliably red. Not agreeably gray, but reliably red. Mondays, kids, eat free from 5 to 8. I want to make your plans on this for next Monday. Wednesdays is Wine Wednesday. All day glasses of wine are just $3 at Pyro's Fire Fresh Pizza. That's why they've been feeding us all day here. It's great stuff. And Dave, your thoughts? 2 thumbs up for Pyro's Fire Fresh Pizza.
It was very good, and I think it was your idea, was it not, to have Craig bring the pizza over? Is that-
Oh, absolutely.
Look at you.
Look
But
at
yeah,
me.
It
Look
was
at me.
It was great. And Corey, I don't think he would say something if he'd stop eating.
Corey got
not eating this time.
Corey got after that Fire Fresh Pizza from Pyro's. He did. Experience the difference in Thompson & Smith. The Thompson & Smith insurance difference. Roger Smith, Chuck Thompson. Call 664-4750. ThompsonandSmith.com. Also, our thanks to Kimberly Evans at Coldwell Banker Real Estate Now. KimberlyEvans.com. You'll find her right there. King Jewelers, Grover Blue Eyes King, 16B Conrad Drive. All these local sponsors bringing you election return coverage 2020. Custom Heritage Flag Company, proud to be a part of election night, and the West Tennessee community making high-end wood flags that ship all over this great country. Make sure it's Custom Heritage Original, CustomHeritageFlags.com. Our thanks to VIP Weight Loss, Anti-Aging, and Quick Care. Their doctors and nurse practitioners continue training and have the newest and best treatments available, from weight loss treatments and prescription medications carried in-house. No need to go to the pharmacy and wait and hope that they have your prescription ready. Hormone replacement therapy for men and for women. VIP Weight Loss, Anti-Aging, and Quick Care. It's another locally owned business right here in Jackson. That's on Union University Drive, right across from Union University. That's where you'll find Hunter Baker. It's at Union University. Also, Quince Juice. Oh, boy, that's... listen, your health starts in your guts. And I have a swig of BK every single day, a highly concentrated fermented product that has been proven to stimulate the digestive system as well as the immune system with only 2 ounces a day. This product is different because it has a 30-day shelf life. Unlike the cold-pressed juices, which need to be consumed in 4 days, I drink that every day. Love it, and it's made a real difference in my health. BK, the immune system, it all revolves around the guts. and you'll find all sorts of cold-pressed juice from fruits and veggies. Quince Juice has been here since 2013, offering the absolute highest quality juices to help your body function at an optimal level. 19C North Star Drive, across from the Jackson Bowling, Skating, and Family Fun Center. 731-613-0401. QuinceJuiceOnline.com. Check them out right there. We'll be right back as we continue to tabulate the votes. And our man on the ground, Brad McCoy, is at the Election Commission. We're waiting on the next box to be read. We'll check in with Brad McCoy when we return.
We didn't invent News Talk Radio. We perfected it.
Hey, it's great to hear you guys. The show is awesome.
News Talk 101.5 FM.
Having a bipartisan relationship during an election usually divides the House. At KC Simmons & Bryant, we want to help with that division. We have over 30 years of combined legal experience helping people navigate the law and find resolutions. Divorce and family law is one of our specialties. Contact us online at kcsimmonsandbryant.com or give us a call at 931-272-8743 for a free consultation.
Here at Party Mart, we know spirits is truly the glue holding 2020 together. Forget about all the craziness we've been experiencing and even the election for just a minute.
Voting plus the first 11 precincts. The precincts are Madison County Board of Education, Old Bells Fire Station, Madison County Veteran Services, Masonic Temple, Festivities, Macedonia, West Tennessee Ag Research, Denmark West Community Center, Mifflin Fire Station number 15, VFW Post 1848, Spring Creek Fire Station. Here are the results. For President, Donald J. Trump, 18,196. Joe Biden, 15,220. In the U.S. Senate race, Bill Hagerty, 18,311. Marquita Bradshaw, 13,923. In the U.S. House of Representatives, David Kustoff, 18,436. Erica Stotts Pearson, 13,695. County Commission District 4, Trey Cleek, 2,618. That's 2618. And Cynthia Boyles is 2,096. So boxes are coming in quick. We should be back in just a few minutes with the next 11 boxes. Thank you.
Right, there's Bill Bryant, and chairman of the Madison County Election Commission, with the latest results here from the Election Commission office, Dan.
Brad, if you'd like, you want to keep it there for just a bit. Phil said he's coming right back out. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, he'll be back in just a few minutes. He's about to hand me the sheet with those results. I have it right here. So, yes, I don't think it's going to be too awfully long before Phil gets back in here to give some more results, Dan.
Okay, Brad, we'll take a quick time out, and we'll be right back as Phil is about to get after another box here on election return coverage, brought to you in part by Party Mart. Party Mart, and some great information with Party Mart, and that's where I'm probably going to be heading here in just a few minutes. Party Mart in Jackson. Wonderful people out there, and we're going to tell you about them here in just a moment. But right now, we'll catch this time out. We'll be right back with you. Election return coverage 2020 here on Jackson's News Talk 108.5 and 93.1 News Talk West Tennessee.
Having a bipartisan relationship during an election usually divides the House. At KC Simmons & Bryant, we want to help with that division. We have over 30 years of combined legal experience helping people navigate the law and find resolutions. Divorce and family law is one of our specialties. Contact us online at kcsimmonsandbryant.com or give us a call at 931-272-8743 for a free consultation.
Here at Party Mart, we know spirits is truly the glue holding 2020 together. Forget about all the craziness we've been experiencing and even the election for just a minute. No matter what happens, we have exactly what you need to take the edge off and help you relax. Call 731-668-2430 or come in and grab a bottle of your favorite libation and leave with the assurance that your night will be great. Party Mart, 429 Walker Road. Huge selection, convenient drive-through.
Try Gene Langley Ford before you buy, because here you'll find what you need, and what's more, you'll get a deal that you won't regret in the morning. Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt, the dealership service built.
Brooksy's Barn Buffet is back and going strong, serving a delicious Southern buffet as they have for over 38 years. Brooksy's offers a dine-in lunch and dinner buffet, a convenient pickup window to grab your favorites on the go, and catering services. If you like lots of choices, Brooksy's is the place for you. Try their catfish, ribs, barbecue, or fried chicken, just to name a few. 10 meats and 10 vegetables, along with salad and dessert served weekly. Check us out on Facebook for many of our daily specials. And come see us at Brooksy's Barn, 561 Oil Well Road in Jackson, behind Love and Truth. Don't forget, book your holiday parties early.
Hi, I'm Grover King, owner and jeweler of King Jewelers. I opened King Jewelers 22 years ago and made it my mission to provide you with quality jewelry at an affordable price. With over 35 years experience as a jeweler, you can feel safe knowing your jewelry is in good hands. Whether you just need a ring sized or want to create a custom engagement ring, King Jewelers will help. My employees are knowledgeable and we put customer service first. No job is too small and every person that walks through our door is important to us. Come see us at King Jewelers today. 16 Conrad Drive, 664-8188. Shop us online at kingjewelersjackson.com.
Hey, babe, what's for dinner tonight?
Well, I heard about this pizza place in Jackson called Carico's.
Oh, great. Another pizza place?
Honey, this isn't just another pizza place. Jerry told me that Carico's is knocking people's socks off with traditional Italian taste, from classic New York-style pizza to Italian subs to fettuccine Alfredo. He said they've got meals that make your mouth feel like an Italian circus.
Let's all go to Carricos, Carico's.
Conveniently located by Union University. Call 731-240-1033 for more information. They still haven't returned my calls or replied to my messages.
Hi, this is Bob, your typical real estate agent. This is my voicemail. Leave a message.
The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time. Goodbye.
Knew I should have called Kimberly Evans.
Hey folks, this is Big Steve. I've bought and sold dozens of homes in my life. My biggest problem with realtors is the lack of communication. They never return phone calls, text messages, and emails on time, and I've missed many opportunities, contracts, and updates because of it. With Kimberly, I never had that problem. She answers the phone even if I call after 11 p.m. She sold my home in 7 days, and her average time to sell any home in the market is 9 days.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Evans with Coldwell Banker Real Estate Now. I know that hearing back from your realtor is important. That's why if you call or text my cell phone before 10 p.m., I will respond within an hour. Seriously, if you don't have a response from me within the hour, I will mow your grass. That's how we do everything at Kimberly Evans. Your call's returned, paperwork is done, and house is sold faster.
Call Kimberly today, 731-668-1777, or her cell at 731-697-8558. That's 731-697-8558, and KimberlyEvans.com.
With lower temperatures, you're going to have higher electric bills. The new Generac 24 kilowatt will monitor your power usage and help you conserve your electric bill. You can pay for your generator with the money you save on your electric bill. With your Lindsay Electric home standby generator, when the power goes out, your generator comes on within seconds, automatically. You don't have to do a thing. Imagine being without power in these winter months with no water, no heat, oxygen machines, refrigerators, and freezers. Have you stocked up on food? You don't want to lose it all in a power outage. Never lose power again, whether you're home or out of town. With the Generac standby from Lindsay Electric, your power will be restored within seconds, and you don't have to lift a finger. Right now, get 18 months, no interest financing, and no money down on new contracts. Generators in stock with a 5-year warranty. We install and service with factory direct parts guaranteed. If you already have a generator, make sure it's serviced for the upcoming winter months. Lindsay Electric would love to help you. Call for a free quote. 423-1580. Locally owned and operated for over 3 decades. Lindsay Electric, the authority for your power solution.
We are Jackson's best news talk radio station. We have to be. We have the best listeners.
Just a real commitment to an intellectual debate.
News Talk 101.5 FM.
Well, great to have you with us tonight. Election return coverage 2020. Hello. Y'all. Wake up. We got a long way to go. Thanks to Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt, the dealership that service truly built. Tammy Jones, Town and Country. Jackson Engraving and Awards. Carico's Pizza. Jackson Heating and Air. Samuel T. Bryant Distillery. Silverwood Cabinetry. Ridgecrest Cellars. Casey Simons and Bryant. Brooksy's Barn. Mitchell's Body Shop. You've already had one accident, so don't have another. Choose Mitchell's Body Shop for your collision repair needs. We're all bringing you election return coverage 2020 along with Red Bones Grill and Bar. The 731 Sports Bar and Grill. Custom Heritage Flag. VIP weight loss, anti-aging, and quick care. Lindsay Electric. Kimberly Evans at Coldwell Banker Real Estate Now. Quench Juice. King Jewelers. Thompson & Smith Insurance. And Party Mart. I mentioned Party Mart. Party Mart, fine liquors, wines, and beer. 429 Walker Road in Jackson. 731-668-2430. Did you know that one glass of wine provides the same amount of antioxidants as 20 glasses of apple juice or 7 glasses of orange juice? It also tastes better at lunch, according to Aunt Linda. PartyMart.biz. Oh, tough crowd in here, boys. Tough crowd. My name's Dan Reaves, along with David Thomas. He's our news director. He's also online editor at WNWS.com. Hunter Baker, political science professor, Union University. I was out there the other day, Hunter. I was going to look you up. I did hollered at Dub Oliver, the president, doing some filming. That's a lovely TV studio there for the FCA, Fellowship of Christian Athletes. It's a beautiful campus.
It is. It has become more beautiful since the time that I got there in 2010. Love working there.
Was it you saying because of me?
Because you walked on the campus. Because I'm sure that the aesthetic quality.
It sounded like you said before I got there, not so much.
Yeah.
But since I know you didn't mean that.
Meaning
because
before I arrived
on
the campus. Hopefully you did not cause any co-eds to stumble with your great natural beauty.
Charismatic.
We can hope, yes.
Yeah. No, I tell you, political science professor, brainiac that has personality, you don't see that very often. Hunter Baker, ladies and gentlemen. Corey Currie, same thing.
friend.
He's a genius, folks. Corey Currie is here. Brad McCoy is out at the Election Commission. Hey, Brad, how are you doing, sir? But Brad may have hit the eject button. Hey, Brad, how you doing?
Hey, we're here, Dan. Yes, live and direct from the Madison County Election Commission. Phil Bryant, the chairman of the commission, gave the results a few minutes ago. Said it should not be too awfully long until we get the other 11. As a lot of folks know, when they give the results from the Election Commission with Phil Bryant, we do the absentee and early voting first, and then we have 33 precincts here in Madison County. And so they do 11, 11, and 11. So we've had the first 11, and now we're waiting on the second 11. But as you know, Dan, you've been out here, the automobiles, the couriers who are bringing the ballot boxes to the Election Commission are lining up outside the door here. So it shouldn't be too awfully long before we know the final results here in Madison County.
It's so many early votes this time around. Stunning, the number. I typically vote early, Brad, because of the convenience. This year I went by 3 times. The lines looked like I was waiting at a Chick-fil-A drive-thru. I said, you know what, I'll come in. And do you know that there was only, in my precinct, there's 1,500 registered voters, and I think 700 or 800 had already voted early. So I voted today, was there 5 minutes. Today.
Wow.
Yeah. Same for you, Hunter?
Same for me. Yeah, I took my son for his first ever vote. We walked right into Northside High School, piece of cake.
Yep. Brad, back to you. How'd it go for you today?
Well, we early voted as well. Last week is when we did in Trenton, and it wasn't a big line when we went to vote. We pretty much went in, a couple of people in front of us, and then voted. So it wasn't too bad there in Gibson County.
Brad, pardon me, but let me jump in here. Let's go to the national news, and then we'll come right back. Brad, if you need us before this news ends, just hit me up, and we'll come back to it. But right now, let's go to our national news feed at the top of the hour and get the latest nationally. This is WNWS-FM in Jackson and WTJS Alamo Jackson. Stay right there. We'll be right back with more of Election Return Coverage 2020.
Illinois, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. President Trump is leading Florida, one of the essential states he needs to be reelected, by 50.8% to Joe Biden's 48.3%. In Georgia, President Trump is leading Biden by 56% to 43%. North Carolina has Trump ahead by 52 to 46%. But Joe Biden is leading in Ohio 54.9% to Trump's 43.9%. In the senatorial races so far, Democrats Chris Coons of Delaware, Dick Durbin of Illinois, Cory Booker of New Jersey, and Gene Shaheen of New Hampshire have won re-election. On the Republican side, Tom Cotton has won re-election to his Senate seat from Arkansas. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell will safely hold on to his seat from Kentucky, as well as Jim Inhofe winning his re-election bid as senator from Oklahoma. Shelley Moore Capito has held on to her seat representing West Virginia. Bill Hagerty has won election to replace Lamar Alexander as GOP senator from Tennessee. As polls closed in South Carolina, GOP Senator Lindsey Graham was in the fight of his political life against Democrat Jamie Harrison, whose campaign stunned Washington by drawing more than $100 million in small-scale donations. More than 13,000 votes in one county will be delayed and have to be counted by hand by Friday's deadline to certify returns. And a judge in Nevada has ordered 30 Las Vegas area voting sites to remain open for an extra hour after President Trump's campaign and Nevada Republicans cited reports that some locations did not open on time. More on these stories at townhall.com.
As life gets back to normal and we start heading back to work, don't leave your leftover stash of toilet paper exposed to rodents. Send them packing the most humane way with Plug-in Pest Free. G'day, I'm Scott from Plug-in Pest Free, the electromagnetic device that utilises the active wiring in your home or business to keep rodents and pests away. 100% chemical free and environmentally friendly. Just plug it in. It's that simple. My strongest performer, the Pro unit, is good for most homes and small businesses up to 4,000 square feet. Now that's fair income. Is your home or business protected? If not, order yours today at gopestfree.com. Use promo code SAVE20 for 20% off. That's gopestfree.com, promo code SAVE20. Gopestfree.com, promo code SAVE20. Don't spray and regret, plug in and forget.
Do you hear that outside? Don't be left in the cold. It's time for you to get your furnace checked. Is your thermostat working correctly? When is the last time you changed those dirty filters? Let Jackson Heating and Air Conditioning take the chill out of your winter. Call 731-424-5348 to schedule your inspection today.
Hi, I'm Teresa. So many times we buy things that will only bring temporary happiness. How would you like to give a gift with a personal touch? At Jackson Engraving and Awards, we can engrave on most customer-provided items. We even have ornaments available that we can engrave on as well. Call 731-935-7333 or visit jackson-engraving.com today to see what kind of cheer we can bring to you this holiday season.
Brooksy's Barn Buffet is back and going strong, serving a delicious Southern buffet as they have for over 38 years. Brooksy's offers a dine-in lunch and dinner buffet, a convenient pickup window to grab your favorites on the go, and catering services. If you like lots of choices, Brooksy's is the place for you. Try their catfish, ribs, barbecue, or fried
here in Madison County. So we are just awaiting Phil Bryant to come in and give us those election results. One thing I think that we have seen, unless something drastically changes in the presidential election, is it doesn't look like it's going to be a landslide. That's for sure.
Brad, yes, absolutely. And this coverage is being brought to you in part by Woods Custom Floors and Designs. Log on to Facebook.com/Woods Custom Floors and take a look at what they can do for custom showers, how beautiful those babies are. They can remodel any remodeling need. They'll take care of you. And Woods Custom Floors and Designs right now, 12 months, no interest. You better go to Woods. Hey, I went to Woods. I tell you that. I've got a Woods Custom Floor at home, and it is absolutely gorgeous. I'm telling you, got to go to Woods. Got to go to Woods, folks. Woods Custom Floors and Designs, 2756 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Dan,
right. Too early to call Arizona, Texas, and Florida. Too early to call. Right now, let's see. Where are we? North Carolina, 51-47. Joe Biden with the lead there.
Let me just throw a couple things out at you real quick. You mentioned earlier, I think Hunter said, forget about the landslide tonight. Okay. But I look back at a lot of the polls, the polling during the past few weeks, and of course we kept seeing where Biden was going to win by 10 points. But there was one pollster that had the difference was 2 percentage points with Biden winning tonight, and it was the only one, but it was the only poll, and it is Investors Business Daily. And 4 years ago, they were the only one to predict that Donald Trump would win. So now here they are with the prediction again this year, saying that Biden by two percentage points. Another thing that stands out at me is the results here in town, Jackson-Madison County. The votes that President Trump, Bill Hagerty running for Senate, and David Kustoff in Congress, interesting, 18,000 and some change for each of them. So they're all running concurrent. Everybody went in and voted, said, I'm voting for Trump, Hagerty, and Kustoff, and I'm going to lunch. So they're all holding serve in this community as well. And then there's one other thing that jumps out at me, and that is, as far as the history of elections are concerned, I look at Tennessee. 2 years ago tonight, Marsha Blackburn, she defeated Phil Bredesen by double digits to win a seat that was being vacated. That was vacated by the retiring Bob Corker. This time, Lamar Alexander is retiring, and Bill Hagerty is going to win by double digits. But the thing about it is, just think, no incumbent running the last two elections in Tennessee, and we have two Republicans pull this thing off back to back. So that just shows you the strength of the party in this state.
Something else just to add real quick. We've been talking about whether Texas is a concern. I checked in with some friends who are in politics in Texas. They're not worried, but they are worried about North Carolina. So we'll see what happens with North Carolina. Trump, 78% is in. He's got to make up some ground there. And of course, he had North Carolina last time.
Well, Corey, your 2 cents worth.
Well, and going back to
Dan, can I break in for just a moment?
Absolutely. Brad McCoy's live at the Election Commission. Let's go directly to Brad. Brad, go.
Okay, thank you very much, Dan. We hate to break in. Phil Bryant is here, so we are ready for the second 11 of 33 precincts. So we'll have 22 out of 33 reporting when Phil Bryant gives us these numbers.
Okay, we have 22 of the 33 precincts reporting. The precincts that have reported, in addition to the last one, is Carl Perkins Civic Center, Mount Moriah Baptist Church, Aldergate United Methodist, Community Montessori School, Andrew Jackson Elementary, Jackson Careers and Technology School, Tennessee Technology Center, Mercer Fire Station No. 8, Beach Bluff Baptist Church, East Union Ruritan Center, and this is Pope Elementary too. In the presidential race, Donald Trump, 20,402. Joe Biden, 16,844. In the U.S. Senate race, Bill Hagerty, 20,557. Marquita Bradshaw, 15,393. In the U.S. House of Representatives, David Kustoff, 20,693. Erica Stotts Pearson, 15,099. In the County Commission, District 4, Trey Cleek, 2,684. Cynthia Boyles, 2,220. We'll be back when we have all 33 precincts reporting. Thank you.
All right, there's Phil Bryant, Dan, and the crew down at the studio. The latest numbers, we have 11 more precincts. We'll have one more round here from the Election Commission as we are broadcasting live from the Madison County Election Commission. Back to you, Dan.
Brad McCoy, thank you very much. Down at the Election Commission. Okay, boys, what do you think those numbers? Dave, we'll start with you.
20, 20, and 20. Trump, Hagerty, and Kustoff. Kustoff takes the lead, though, with the popular votes, 20,693, and Bill Hagerty, 20,557, and President Trump, 20,402. Also, again, with Biden, 16,000. Bradshaw is within shouting distance of taking the same number of votes that Biden, she's playing follow leader on that. But this is where, to me, another area where if you are a challenger in this thing, you've really got to make hay because when you get on out into the rural areas and the like, and all your chances are, and certainly on up towards East Tennessee, your chances are slim and none.
Hunter Baker, your
Yes,
thoughts
sir.
on those numbers that just shared with us by Phil Bryant?
I'm sorry, I've been looking at other races.
Hunter Baker, we'll come back to you in just a bit. Hunter is doing his homework, and he's studying Pyro's Fire Fresh Pizza as well.
He's over here. He's grading papers is what he's doing.
He is political science professor Hunter Baker, one of my favorite human beings. I don't have that many human beings, but he's one of my favorite. Corey, what about you?
I'll agree with Dave with the going down the ticket for the Trump, Hagerty, and Kustoff, but we'll go back to our earlier conversation where there is a difference of a couple thousand that may have made that decision to vote for Trump. However, they voted for Bradshaw and Stotts-Pearson.
Well, here we go, fellas. Totally to call still Arizona, Florida, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Minnesota, Texas, and Wisconsin. All the big boys there. With 42% of the vote in Colorado, it's a big lead for Joe Biden. No surprise there, right? But you're doing a heck of a job, Brownie. When they say that in Colorado, they're not talking about what was his name? There was the head of...
His last name was Brown.
Yeah, his last name was Brown.
But that was in Louisiana, I thought.
Yeah, no, he's where he said it, but he was in Colorado, Dave. What I was getting at is when they say you're doing a heck of a job, Brownie, they're actually talking to their Brownie.
Okay.
It's marijuana is legalized there. This is a very tough crowd. Marijuana brownies.
Hey.
There are marijuana brownies
Ching.
in Colorado. You're doing, yeah.
Would you?
It's yes. It's
And Brownie, you're doing a heck of a job.
yeah. When they say that in Colorado, they're actually talking to their Brownie. They take a bite of it and they.
And Brownie, you're doing a heck of a job.
I hate to have to explain jokes.
Especially this crowd.
It's a tough crowd, folks. I tell you that. Okay, let's see. What else do we have of interest? Well, it's Vance Coleman wins. It's another rented mule. Vance Coleman wins again his bid for re-election as the mayor of Medina, Tennessee. And I'll be the first to tell you that I was wrong when the news was announced they were going to build a bypass around Medina. I said, that's the end of that town. I missed that one just a little bit on Medina. All righty.
That was a great move on their part. The Greenfield did the same thing. Greenfield, you have to go through Greenfield if you continue.
No, but Medina actually built it around town. Very much unlike Greenfield.
They have Medina benefited though from Jackson, and look at the development though.
Now that's
not going to be.
There's an astute observation.
That's not Greenfield. That wasn't going to happen there.
And you can take it a little deeper. Some will say the educational system is what built Medina.
Now that's right on the money. I think you were alluding to that, Dave, when the school board in the past in Jackson said we're going to build a new school. They were right, and it was in Medina. Yeah. Holy moly, let's see. But what else we have? And let's see, North Dakota and South Dakota. Then we got North Carolina and South Carolina. Any reason, Hunter, that we have two Dakotas? You don't
I
have to.
have no idea. Why do we have two Carolinas, two Virginias, That's the way we played the territory game.
I guess you're right about it.
Unimaginative naming.
What about, okay, let's look at are you boys watching the race in South Carolina, Lindsey Graham and Harris for Senate? Where do we stand with that?
Yeah, Graham seems to be up by a couple of percentage points there, which is a shift from what it was earlier. It's definitely Trump 54%, Biden 44%. But Graham's at 53 and 44%. Graham leading it at 53. Shocking to me. I didn't
How
think
many
it would
do
be
you
that
have
much
report?
difference.
What percent do you have reporting, Corey?
On that, 33.9% in. So still room for
a long way to go.
Right.
Okay. All right. So if you had to call it right now, Dave, who wins the presidency tonight?
If I had to call it right now.
Right now, if you had to call it right now.
I would say Biden.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Because of Ohio right now. Because Trump is not going to win. I don't believe that he'll win in Wisconsin or in Michigan. He's going to give those states back. He had 304 electoral votes the last time. He won Ohio. He won in Michigan and Wisconsin. So that's going to make up the deficit right there. And in Pennsylvania, he's got to really get busy there.
Corey, if you had to call it right now, who wins the White House?
I think looking at the Pennsylvania and Texas concern me for Donald Trump, I say Joe Biden.
Wow. Hunter Baker, political science professor at Union University. If you had to call it right now, and the time now, folks, is 8:21 Central Standard Time.
My view my view has consistently been that Biden would probably win. But that having been said, I'm not ready to give up on much of anything yet. And I'm also curious. I mean, this one may be crazy. I'm seeing some stuff about they may retract the call on Virginia. Now, Virginia, you may think Virginia is just out, and usually it kind of is. But I remember not that long ago, Ed Gillespie almost won statewide as a Republican. So Trump may surprise you there. If he were to surprise you somewhere like Virginia, well, then that would open up some space for a mistake somewhere else. It's also hard for me to believe that he could lose Michigan. I've heard too many Michigan politicians worried about losing Michigan to think that he's, at least doesn't have an awfully good chance in that state. Now, I'm not sure that I know where the numbers reporting are on that one just yet. What I'm seeing is that Trump is up in Michigan. That's at Wall Street Journal, but I don't know which part of the state that reflects or anything else.
Well, okay, so we're going to be with you for the long run here, folks. This closer than you expected, the presidential race, Hunter? And now you didn't answer the question, though. Back to if you had to call it right now, I know you're not giving up on President Trump, but if you had to call it right now, who would you say would win the White House?
Feels like Biden right now, but we'll see.
Dan, I don't have that feel. What's in the three of you do, and you guys follow it very closely.
Because what I'm looking at, I can't speak for them, but one of the things I'm looking at is the fact that if Trump has, when we say, we never hear that Biden has to win California and Colorado and New York, states of that nature.
Yeah, because you know they're going.
They're going to. Yeah. But you hear that Trump's got to win Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. He's got to win those states. But at the same time, though, just like Hunter just said, with 17% reporting, Trump right now leads by 142, and another 18 is 160,000 votes in Michigan. That's some pretty good ground to cover, but you've only got 17% reporting at the same time. But with Virginia, now that one is a mystery to me as well. They called it so early, and yet the vote right now is 1.1 million to 783,000. Now, my question is, you're looking at 300,000 votes. Where are those votes in Michigan in Virginia with 59%, with 41% of the vote in? You got.
It's got to be that northern part of the state, outside of D.C., because that area has gone heavily for Democrats within the past decade or so. So that's the question. How much margin is there?
Well, what's the latest number, Dave, that you have on the Senate race here in Tennessee? We don't expect there to be much of a struggle there. Tennessee reliably red, which is one of my favorite colors, reliably red, also like agreeable gray. But what's the latest numbers you have there? Bill Hagerty had a huge lead earlier.
He still does. 60.3% to 37.2%. 1.2 million, 1,254,442 to 774, 161. Of course, obviously the thing that jumps out again at me on this is what Marsha Blackburn did 2 years ago when she easily won by double digits over Phil Bredesen, and Hagerty's going to do the same thing tonight.
Yeah, but I tell you, Hunter, and you go back to it, and it's a good rule of thumb to use right now in the state of Tennessee. You had a two-term governor in Phil Bredesen, who was very popular. He was a two-term mayor before that in Nashville, very popular. And Marsha Blackburn had been featured on not back-to-back, but on 2 recent episodes of 60 Minutes, and they pointed fingers squarely at her with the opioid epidemic, and still she put a rented mule on Phil Bredesen. So that should tell you everything you need to know about a statewide race in Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it is here right now. Yeah. If you're a aspiring Democrat politician in Tennessee, it's local government or nothing right now.
Right.
Yeah.
And you don't, I mean, even in local government in Tennessee, we had, a local race a few years ago, a sheriff's race in which the campaign was, if you elect me, then I will stop Obamacare. True story. You remember that? You guys
good.
Tell me you remember that.
Brownie, you're doing a heck of a job.
Brownie, you're doing a heck of a job. Corey, anything to add to that?
I don't at the moment.
Okay, it's elect me as dog catcher, and I'll stop Nancy Pelosi. It works.
Dan, one of the things though too about when you look at any state, any area, it's interesting to me that we can look at certain states. Okay, a conservative can say, how in the world can the people in New York City, in the Bronx, put Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in office? How can they continue to send Nancy Pelosi back? Well, this is what they do. This is what, and then the other people in other states look at it like, look at all the money that poured in here for Bredesen, and it got them nowhere with him. They lost a lot of money in campaign funds. So it's the same thing nationally. It is the very same thing nationally.
It is, and battleground state, North Carolina, too early to call as well. Indiana, it's not too early to call that. It was the first state that went for Trump, reliably red. Indiana, of course, the home state of Mike Pence. So the Democrats look to keep control of the House and expand their majority. We'll want to talk about that when we return to what that could mean. Brad McCoy, the real McCoy, while others be faking, trying to gain fame off the rhymes he be making, is down at Election Central, the Election Commission in Madison County, Jackson-Madison County. Brad, are you there, sir?
Yes, Dan, we are here.
What's the scene like down there, Brad? It sounds very quiet. I'm thinking you and Greg and some coffee, maybe Camel Lights. I don't know.
Yeah, not a lot of activity down here. Yeah, it's Greg and I and Brandon Shields and the crew from the Jackson Sun. Brandon says hi, by the way, Dan.
Hello, Brandon.
Dan says hello.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's just us, and we're patiently waiting for Phil Bryant to come back in and give the final 11 precincts here in Madison County. So when that happens, that'll wrap up our coverage here. But I know that you guys are going to be there in the studio. We're just sitting here watching the scroll, and I know Texas is a big state, and I'm watching right now, and I've got 49.6 for Biden, 49.1 for Donald Trump in the state of Texas. So that's a dead heat there. And I heard, I don't know if it was David earlier talking about that, when the urban areas of Texas come in, most of the time those are going to be Democratic numbers. And then as the rural precincts come in, you're going to see the Republican kind of gain some ground. And it looks like that's exactly what's happening there in Texas.
Absolutely, Brad, yes. And, looking at Texas' latest numbers here, 49.6, Brad, as you mentioned, for Biden, Trump, 49%. So you're talking about a handful of votes that separate those two right now in the state of Texas.
Right.
72%, the latest that I'm showing, Brad, that's in the state of Texas.
Yes, that is correct, and it's a dead heat. Right now, they just put new numbers up. They had Biden with 49.3, Donald Trump with 49.4.
Okay.
In Texas.
It's just like 2018.
It is just like 2018.
Yeah.
It's
Yes,
absolutely
it is.
incredible.
And I know a lot of folks were talking about Georgia, maybe being a swing state, but the numbers I'm seeing from Georgia, Trump right now with 43% in, 56.7 to 43 for Biden. So right now, Donald Trump has a sizable lead in Georgia.
Yep, and Brandon, what did you just say? What are you showing the numbers and percentage of votes in Georgia?
In Georgia, hang on just a second. It's going to have to scroll back up for me to see that. I'm getting about 6 at a time.
I'm showing, Brad, here's the latest I've got. About to get some updated numbers here coming in on the state of Georgia. With 39% is what I'm showing of the votes in Trump, with a 56.9% of the votes, Biden with 42% of the state of Georgia. So, yeah, that's you surprised at that number, Hunter?
What, state of Georgia?
Yeah, state of Georgia.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I've got 43% in. Trump has a significant lead, but, you know, I just don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's outstanding. Georgia is one of those states that we sometimes think will flip blue or is a threat to flip blue, but I'm thinking maybe not.
With 1% of the vote in Tennessee, Trump has been declared the winner in the state of Tennessee. That's a joke, but you could have called it last week. 63% for President Trump, Biden 35.2%. That's with 65% of the vote in the state of Tennessee. Well, okay, we'll continue to follow this, and we'll be back with Brad McCoy live at the Election Commission. But Pennsylvania, holy moly, Pennsylvania right now, looking at that state with still only 12% of the vote in Pennsylvania. So these numbers sound staggering, but pay no attention to them, really. Or maybe, Hunter, you can correct me, but only 12% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Biden 60.3%, Trump 38.6%, but that's less than 1 million votes.
Yeah, that's right. There's a long way to go in Pennsylvania.
Dan, it's the same thing that we just saw with Georgia. With Texas, because just a few minutes ago, Biden had a 200-some-odd thousand vote lead, and now Trump leads.
Well, and I'm showing Dave dead even in Texas. I mean, dead 49.3% for Trump and for Biden. Yeah. That's pretty close to a dead heat, folks.
By the way, you mentioned just a second ago, though, about Georgia. One last thing about that. Your Senate races, David Perdue, 1.2 million votes right now to John Ossoff, who's got 919,000. So he's pulling away there, 56 to 41. Kelly Loeffler, 631 to 627 over at Raphael Warner. Okay, my point is that if Perdue is doing that well against his opponent, and this one is the one everybody had their eye on, then you know Trump's going to do well, because they're not going to vote for Biden and then turn right around and vote for David Perdue for Senate.
Right.
Well, I mean, your white women, white college-educated women could be doing that, right? They could vote for Biden and yet vote for the Republican senator.
Where'd they go to school?
Yeah.
Hey, where are the white women at?
Yeah, I'm telling you, if Trump loses, it'll be the white women that do it to him. Yeah.
Well, keep that in context, folks. Tammy Jones, Town & Country, the realtor that has been in business since 2007. Call and ask Tammy about open houses. Tammy can help you create a bidding board to get your house sold fast. By Jackson Engraving and Awards, they can engrave on most client-purchased products. They can have personalized gifts for any occasion. Jackson Engraving and Awards. Carico's Pizza. The best pizza sauce and calzones in town is Carico's Pizza. Jackson Heating and Air. Winter's here, and it's time to get your furnace checked. They're available 24/7 at Jackson Heating and Air. By Samuel T. Bryant Distillery. Visit Samuel T. Bryant Distillery for a unique local experience. Also presented by Silverwood Cabinetry. Dave, this mic's hot over there, big guy. By Silverwood Cabinetry, they have beautiful door styles and colors that will exceed your expectations. By Ridgecrest Cellars, they now are open on Sundays from noon till 6, and a huge selection available. It's 8:35 Central Time as we continue to watch this unfold, and Lindsey Graham is adding to his lead in the Senate race over Harrison, 54% to 43% in South Carolina. We'll be right back.
Do you hear that outside? Don't be left in the cold. It's time for you to get your furnace checked. Is your thermostat working correctly? When is the last time you changed those dirty filters? Let Jackson Heating and Air Conditioning take the chill out of your winter. Call 731-424-5348 to schedule your inspection today.
Having a bipartisan relationship during an election usually divides the House. At KC Simmons & Bryant, we want to help with that division. We have over 30 years of combined legal experience helping people navigate the law and find resolutions. Divorce and family law is one of our specialties. Contact us online at kcsimmonsandbryant.com or give us a call at 931-272-8743 for a free consultation.
Quality and attention to every detail. That's what craftsmen at Silverwood Cabinetry mean by custom made. Handcrafted locally here in our 11,000 square foot facility off Fairgrounds Road in Paris. Silverwood Cabinetry can help you with your remodeling needs or new construction. Visit our showroom and see for yourself. We use only fine American hardwood materials with soft close drawer and tour guides. Our prices are competitive and our workmanship and attention to your specific needs is unbeatable. Silverwood Cabinetry. Check our website for videos of our building process at silverwoodcabinetry.com.
They still haven't returned my calls or replied to my messages.
Hi, this is Bob, your typical real estate agent. This is my voicemail. Leave a message.
The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time. Goodbye.
Knew I should have called Kimberly Evans.
Hey folks, this is Big Steve. I've bought and sold dozens of homes in my life. My biggest problem with realtors is the lack of communication. They never return phone calls, text message, and emails on time, and I've missed many opportunities, contracts, and updates because of it. With Kimberly, I never had that problem. She answers the phone even if I call after 11 p.m. She sold my home in 7 days, and her average time to sell any home in the market is 9 days.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Evans with Coldwell Banker Real Estate Now. I know that hearing back from your realtor is important. That's why if you call or text my cell phone before 10 p.m., I will respond within an hour. Seriously, if you don't have a response from me within the hour, I will mow your grass. That's how we do everything at Kimberly Evans. Your call's returned, paperwork is done, and house is sold faster.
Call Kimberly today, 731-668-1777, or her cell at 731-697-8558. That's 731-697-8558, and KimberlyEvans.com.
Is the cheapest insurance really your best buy? It could be if the coverage is right for you, but how do you know? Hi, this is Roger Smith, Thompson & Smith Insurance, one of the area's oldest and largest trusted choice agencies. Chuck Thompson and I, along with the best team in insurance, have built our company and our reputations as trusted advisors, delivering peace of mind with the choice of many top-rated insurance companies. Although we many times do, Thompson & Smith is not simply going to promise to save you hundreds of dollars over your current plan. What we will promise is a thorough evaluation of your home, auto, or business insurance needs and provide an insurance program to match. Chances are we'll save you money. On the rare occasion that we can't help you, we'll tell you why. Either way, our goal at Thompson & Smith is to help you as a client or to help you as a future client. So if we haven't told you lately, we'd love to add you to our growing list of customers. Experience the Thompson & Smith difference. Call us at 664-4750. That's 664-4750. Or check us out at thompsonandsmith.com.
Has Election Day got you feeling patriotic? CustomHeritageFlags.com offers a select line of high-end handcrafted wooden flags of all types, including custom requests, a proud part of the West Tennessee community since 2014, and shipping flags to proud patriots across the United States every day. Unique with quality you can feel. Log on to CustomHeritageFlags.com or call direct 731-499-2540. Make a statement. Make sure it's Custom Heritage Original.
Quality and attention to every detail. That's what craftsmen at Silverwood Cabinetry mean by custom made. Handcrafted locally here in our 11,000 square foot facility off Fairgrounds Road in Paris. Silverwood Cabinetry can help you with your remodeling needs or new construction. Visit our showroom and see for yourself. We use only fine American hardwood materials with soft close drawer and tour guides. Our prices are competitive and our workmanship and attention to your specific needs is unbeatable. Silverwood Cabinetry. Check our website for videos of our building process at silverwoodcabinetry.com.
Hi, this is Mark Welch with Robinson Toyota. Would you like to purchase a vehicle without all the hassles? At Robinson Toyota, we make the buying process easy with straightforward pricing and fair trade values.
Now, it would be terrible if people like spray
Jackson, Tennessee. Shop online 24/7 at RobinsonToyota.com.
Hey, babe, what's for dinner tonight?
Well, I heard about this pizza place in Jackson called Carico's.
Oh, great. Another pizza place?
Honey, this isn't just another pizza place. Jerry told me that Carico's is knocking people's socks off with traditional Italian taste, from classic New York-style pizza to Italian subs to fettuccine Alfredo. He said they got meals that make your mouth feel like an Italian circus.
Let's all go to Carricos,
Conveniently located by Union University. Call 731-240-1023 for more information. Buffet is back and going strong, serving a delicious Southern buffet is back for 38 years.
Did you see Dan?
I did not.
Brad's logged on from election control.
If you like lots of choices, this is the place for you. Try their catfish, ribs, barbecue, or fried chicken, just to make a few. 10 meats and 10 vegetables.
Dan!
Yes.
Brad's logged on.
Just text me when you're ready. We'll be on late. Okay. Brad's ready? Did you say Brad's ready?
Yeah.
How would you like to give a gift with a personal touch? At Jackson Engraving and Awards, we can engrave on most customer-provided items. We even have ornaments available that we can engrave on as well. Call 733
I think they're waiting on us.
7333 or visit Jackson-engraving.com today to see what kind of cheer we can bring to you this holiday season.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. That's 525,800 minutes of hot talk in town. News Talk 101.5 FM.
Like to return coverage 2020 here on your News Talk 101.5 and also 93.1 News Talk West Tennessee. Let's head out to the Madison County Election Commission. Brad McCoy is there live. Brad?
All right, thank you very much, Dan. We are ready to go. These are the final 11 precincts in Madison County. Here is Bill Hagerty.
You? Oh, man.
All right, there you go. Bill Bryant, the final numbers.
Brad, thank you so much. Will that conclude your live reports from the Election Commission, or are you going to stick around?
No, that'll do it for us.
I need it.
I was kidding, Brad. I know you're going to leave. But David Thomas has some has questions. What are you going to go for, Brad?
Brad, I got in on the tail end of that. Would you do me a favor? Would you give me a call and give me those results, the final results? Okay. All right. Thank you much.
Brad, hey, Brad, thank you so much, my friend Brad McCoy. Thank you, Brad, the real McCoy. Brooksy's Barn.
Yeah, you know, so Dan, I was going to bring this up to you. I'm looking at your fellow sports commentator Clay Travis, and you guys are in the same business. You're in the same business, and he says that Trump is now a monster betting favorite to win the election. Look, I have never been a guy to kind of draw conclusions from the betting markets. I think you probably know more about that than I do. How accurate they are, or how meaningful that kind of a statement is. What do you think?
Well, it's right now, let's see, the election 2020 current odds. It's President Trump 64.3% chance of winning, and Biden 35.2 out of Vegas. Now,
but do you think that's meaningful? You, as the analyst, as the guy who kind of pays attention, straddles these worlds.
I do. I do think it's meaningful, and it's not only that though. Hunter, watching this play out here in Texas right now, Trump has blown past Biden.
Yeah.
He's at 50%. President Trump is, and Biden is at 48.6%. Biden had the lead a little bit ago. In Florida, President Trump 51.2%, Biden 47.8%. In fact, Trump is doing better against Biden than he did against Hillary. It's a lot of places in Florida, and this is the Hispanic votes in Florida. And when the references were continuously made to Fidel Castro, that really got the attention of some middle-aged Cuban migrants, and they remember that, and they don't want anything to do with it, and they got their attention. So, and then, you look at Georgia. Georgia was one of those states we had talked about. Well, could Biden actually win the state of Georgia? I think the answer's in now, no. About half the vote is there, about 50%, but Trump has a 56.6% to 42.2% to lead there.
Well, and I'll tell you what else. North Carolina is looking better and better for Trump all the time. I mean, he was significantly down there, and right now I'm looking 86% in. Trump is only down by about 20,000 votes in North Carolina, so he seems to have some momentum there as well.
Pennsylvania, with still only 16% in, Biden with a 52.5% mark, and Trump is at 46.1%, but that's again with only 16% of the votes in the state of Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
Ohio, it's neck and neck there with 64% in. 49.5 for Biden, 49.2 for Trump. I think it's over. I told you guys earlier.
Wow.
I called it for Trump, and the three of you were saying Biden.
Dan, okay, if you end up being right about this, because I think that I can't be emotionally objective. I have always protected myself against disappointment, right?
I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
And so, but if you're right, I'm going to buy you dinner somewhere. The wife and I will take you and your wife out somewhere.
You know what? I'd love that.
All right.
Absolutely love it. Early voting always favors Democrats. True or false? Always?
Well, I think they thought it would this time because the feeling is that the feeling has always been that Republicans prefer to vote on Election Day. But also you put COVID in, whether it's true or not, I think a lot of people think Democrats are more concerned about COVID than Republicans, and if that's the case, you would tend to do early voting or absentee ballots.
Well, Corey, what's your thoughts here? Is this thing's playing out, and it looks to be playing out in the favor of President Trump?
It does, though. My initial statement when you posed the question was that that Joe Biden would win this based on the two states of Texas and Pennsylvania. However, Texas is doing what Texas has done the past couple of elections. They are bringing up the rear. Republicans are at the last minute. However, Pennsylvania is still in play there as being a Biden state as of right now. But I'm going to stick with my Biden. I'm going to stay there.
Well, it's a polls closing in Iowa. Let's see how that looks there. Well, don't have anything right now, of course. But now, okay, what about some of the issues that were talked about with this election? That was, we may not know for a few days, may not know for a month, may not be 2 months that we know. How's that going to factor in now? When are we going to start talking about that? It's because we've not mentioned it once tonight, as these states have been called for either Biden or for President Trump. What do you think, Hunter? How's this going to play? Is it going to play as big as it's been talked about, or no?
What in particular is going to play as big? You mean the
mail-in ballots?
Oh, well, I mean, look, it's all about the way the night ends. So if let's pretend that Pennsylvania ends up being super close like last time. We've got this ruling that ballots can arrive in Pennsylvania, 3 days or more after after today, and I think that they've even ruled that they don't have to have a perfect post stamp. So if that's the case, there's no telling what could happen. If we're kind of on the edge, there's no telling what could happen with Pennsylvania or maybe somewhere else.
Well, look at this the way it's New Mexico, California, Oregon, Washington states, they're going to go to Biden, right? In Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, to Trump, the Dakotas, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma. So Nevada, Arizona, Colorado, right? So they may play big here tonight. Texas, with those 38 electoral votes, where President Trump has come back to take the lead in Texas. Right now, the way that this thing lines up here, 203 electoral votes for Joe Biden. If this plays out according to scripts, President Trump with 125, but that's the Florida, Georgia, Texas, North Carolina. Those are not being counted one way or the other right now. These are the states that are going one way or the other. If you tabulate the ones that's solid to either bumper to Biden, or President Trump, it's 203 for Biden and 125 for President Trump. But there's 210 electoral votes floating out there, if you look at it that way. And in Florida, Georgia, Texas, North Carolina, Trump has a lead in all four of those states, right? And Ohio and Pennsylvania, Michigan. So, boy, this is, hey, you can't tell the player without a program.
Well, something else. I just read Philadelphia officials say they will not be reporting any more mail ballot results tonight. About 76,000 have been tallied so far out of 350,000 received. And those are likely, tilted toward Biden. So that's just something to keep in mind, right? Pennsylvania could be weird.
Dan, we talk. This is a recurring thing that I'm seeing this evening. It's interesting because it happened in Georgia. We've seen it in Texas, and now I'm looking at it in Pennsylvania. And there's probably a couple of states.
David, we get there in just a second. We got a winner in the Senate race in South Carolina.
Lindsey Graham
has been named the winner in the South Carolina Senate race. High profile, very, very costly race. Yes. Lindsey Graham is reelected in South Carolina to the U.S. Senate. Dave, go right ahead, sir.
Well, I was simply going to say, if you take a look at a few of obviously the states, be it Georgia, Texas, and what I'm looking at right now, where was Pennsylvania, of course. Biden got out of the gate real quick, and now you look at Pennsylvania, where it was several 100,000 difference. Now Trump only trails by 30,000, and that's only with 22% of the vote coming in. That's been counted. So and now Michigan, if that were to hold that type of, that's incredible to think. He's got a 204,000 vote lead. Trump does. Wisconsin, where he was last night, he's got a 38,000. Now remember, this is you're looking at this. That's 32% of the vote coming in. So we're at a point right now, I think, where you're looking at Trump. He's hanging around. He is, and
you can see it. You can see it coming, but at the same time, I just wonder though how much steam he's still got. But we don't ever talk about the unimaginable, and that is, with all the problems that they had in Portland, the rioting and such, that if that state were to swing and we'll go with Trump. I just right now this is a mystery to me, just like I'm sure it is to several people in this room.
Well, and we just there's a race been called, and Dave, do you have any word on the county commission race, the contested race at District 4, Trade Creek, the Republican, and City Bulls, Democrats?
I do have. The numbers that we got after box 22, that you had the early vote, then you had 11, then you had 22. That was the end of it right there. 2684 to 2220. I knew that the race that it was over with, not that I knew that was the final boxes, but who is Cynthia? Is that correct? What lady I'm looking at?
Cynthia Bulls.
Cynthia Bulls. She had the last 11 boxes. She had 200 votes. So it's kind of like, okay, you're down to cases now where even if there were another 11, and she certainly ran out of steam. She certainly ran out of steam after getting out to a nice little run where it was early on. It was she had 2,009.
Pardon me, Dave. Let me jump right in here. Let's go to the national feed and right back with you.
President Trump in Ohio, but that race has tightened up in the past hour in that state, so it's too close to call. But this evening, Biden has won the state of Colorado with 9 electoral votes. So far this evening, Democrats have flipped one Senate seat with former Colorado Governor John Hickenlooper defeating Republican incumbent Senator Corey Gardner. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell recently retained his seat from Kentucky. Republican Cynthia Loomis, a former congresswoman, has won an open Senate seat in Wyoming, replacing Mike Enzi. Tom Cotton was victorious in his GOP re-election bid, along with Shelley Moore Capito from West Virginia, Jim Inhofe from Oklahoma, Ben Sass from Nebraska, and Mike Rounds of South Dakota. On the Democratic side, Mark Warner easily won re-election from Virginia, Cory Booker from New Jersey, Chris Coons from Delaware, Dick Durbin from Illinois, and Gene Shaheen from New Hampshire. Still to be heard of the races in South Carolina, Arizona, and Wisconsin. Among those in the House that have been re-elected include
What do you think, Mike?
I don't know, but here's something interesting. Tom Bevan from Real Clear Politics. Tillis just took the lead in North Carolina. If the GOP keeps this seat, they keep the Senate.
Joint Chiefs of Staff
I
Chairman
just got a random text. I don't know who this person is that sent it to me, but I knew this kind of thing would start. You need to hear this. We need to put this message out ASAP. The NAACP has received credible information that some of the white nationalist groups and white supremacist groups have initiations happening this weekend. As part of the initiation, it is said that they will be looking to snatch black men and boys and hang them, shoot them, torture them, and kill them. So please spread the word. Do not let your sons go out alone. Pay attention to your surroundings. If you have made friends with someone recently, do not be gullible, naive, and may have another motive. Be cautious, stay prayed up, only travel in pairs, and even then pay attention. If your car is hit by a truck or van, don't be quick to jump out. Pay attention. Women also be alert. The rumor is that they will seek men, but we know that at some point anyone will do. Be careful, pass this on and share it with you.
You don't have a clue. How did you get it?
Through text. And I don't know if someone's using they can use that Google number thing and create a number.
To me, it sounds like somebody trying to stir something up.
It is. That's what I said.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And that is.
Yeah.
You don't do that.
I wasn't here in 2016. Did anything happen?
No.
Okay.
Good. Your debt has you down, we should talk. Here's the
Did
number.
anybody board up businesses here?
Dollar General did in Medina.
They didn't.
No.
That's fine.
Man, don't mess with me.
It's too late at night. You're like me, it's too late. About bedtime.
Helping people navigate
I'm an early morning person too. Time went back and I'm jacked up. I'm up at 3 o'clock.
Let's go.
3. Are you an early morning person?
I am now.
I'm at 4 o'clock every morning.
I'm sure all of us were planning on being up all night. I mean, I usually stay up.
Yeah, I'm a 4 o'clock get up guy every day. Sunday,
Yeah.
I'm at 3 o'clock.
Why do you do that? Oh my
Yeah, I know.
gosh. Ugh.
What Ilhan Omar, I forgot about her. What's she running for Congress?
She's in Congress, Minneapolis.
All right. What can I find how she's doing?
Well, let's see.
I'm more interested in Maxine Waters. I mean, because they really had a guy fighting hard for her seat. there in Congress.
Teresa, so many times we buy things that only bring temporary happiness. How would you like to give a gift with a personal touch? At Jackson Engraving and Awards, we can engrave on most customer-provided items. We even have ornaments available that we can engrave on as well. Call 731-935-7333 or visit jackson-engraving.com.
I don't know which district she's in.
Here, we can bring to you this holiday season.
Well, it looks like 8.
Here at Party Mart, we know spirits is truly the glue holding 2020 together. Forget about all the craziness we've been experiencing and even the election for just a minute. No matter what happens, we have exactly what
There
you
he
need
is.
to take the edge off.
No, she going around.
Well, I assume that's a great little message.
Yeah,
First,
yes, we
red
will.
bottle of your favorite libation. And we put
But because of her and because of all the violence, I mean, Minnesota, according to Trump, is in play.
Well, he came close last time.
I know.
You know?
as elections.
It's only 33% in right now.
I mean, I'm over here laughing my ass off because this is a close race, and I'm watching Trump, and he's like, you know, we're going to win. There's going to be a red wave.
It's early. It's early. I mean, I'm very shocked that the Vegas betting odds have changed. Why would anybody?
They did change.
Apparently, the Vegas betting odds favor Trump significantly.
Yeah, but what about when the night started?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. What about when the night started? I would have thought they'd favor Biden.
I mean, if he wins, is this a bigger upset than 2016?
No. I think it would be from the polls because the polls were even worse this time. Even further behind.
But there again, we talked about, I don't trust the poll.
Well, yeah, I get that, but I mean, in terms of the upset, if you
I
go by
think-
the
I think
polls.
what they do is they goose the polls because it's like, if we say Biden's up by 10, let's go vote.
Yeah.
This is not a vote. This is a popularity contest. This election is all about whether you like the guy or you hate the guy.
With lower temperatures, you're going to have higher.
Biden's irrelevant.
The new Generac 24 kilowatt will monitor your
Corey,
power usage and help you conserve your electric bill. You can pay for your generator with the money you save on your electric bill. Stand by generator when the power goes out. Your generator
See, what's interesting, I find is all the people go to the Senate.
Imagine without that winter months with no water, no
Right now, they
heat,
said it's
oxygen,
different.
no refrigerators and freezers. They're stocked up on
They
food.
haven't,
You don't want to lose it all in a power
but those
outage.
Jones
Never
race
lose
down in
power
Alabama, they
again.
haven't, so they make them back to you.
What about the House?
Generac standby from
The House.
Your power will be restored within seconds.
Is it possible to flip?
Right now, get 18 months, no interest financing, and no money down on new contracts. Generators in stock with a 5-year warranty, reinstall and service with factory direct parts guaranteed. If you already have a generator, make sure it's serviced for the upcoming winter months. Lindsay Electric would love to help you. Call for a free quote. 423-1580. Locally owned and operated for over 3 decades. Lindsay Electric, the authority for your power solution.
You know, you're talking about, Dan, electoral votes, doing away with electoral college. I've often said, why not have it like whoever wins the most states?
Welcome to Election 2020 live coverage on News Talk 101.5 and 93.1 FM. Brought to you in part by Tammy Jones Town Country, Jackson Engraving and Awards, Caraco's Pizza, Jackson Heating and Air, Samuel T. Bryan Discovery, Silverwood Cabinetry, Ridgecrest Cellars, Casey Simmons and Bryant, Party Mart, Gene Lindley Ford, Rich Custom Floors, Fritzy's Farm, Thompson and Smith Insurance, King Jewelers, Quench Chiefs, Kimberly Evans and Coldwell Banker Real Estate Now, Reliable Lawn Care and Landscape, Lindsay Electric, Mitchell's Body Shop, VIP Weight Loss and Anti-Aging, Red Bones Grill and Bar, the 731 Sports Bar and Grill.
Last name is Dave, or
Now here's your host,
Thomas.
Dan Reaves.
Dave Thomas.
Just like,
Yeah, like the Dave Thomas. The Wendy
you won't forget that.
Right. Wendy's company.
Good Tuesday evening. And welcome to our election return coverage here in News Talk Board headquarters in downtown and J-Town. My name's Dan Reaves, along with our news director here at News Talk 101.5 and 93.1 News Talk West Tennessee. David Thomas is here. David is also online editor at WNWS.com. That website filled with local news. Watch the coverage on our Facebook pages for News Talk 101.5 and 93.1 News Talk West Tennessee. Hunter Baker is here tonight as well. Hunter is political science professor at Union University. And Corey Currie, a veteran when it comes to election return coverage. Our thanks to the real McCoy, Brad McCoy, who's been live tonight at the Election Commission all night long. And we certainly thank our friends over at Pyro's Fire Fresh Pizza. They've been feeding us tonight some of the Fire Fresh Pizza from Pyro's Pizza. I officially, you can count me as a pyromaniac. You mind if I say that? PyrosPizza.com. It's PyrosPizza.com. Carry out and curbside available. PyrosPizza.com on Van Drive in Jackson. Pyro's Pizza. You can build your own. You can have some of those Pyro's favorites. Well, fellas, here we go. It's still some states too close to call. I think North Carolina 49.1 for Biden, Trump 49.7 in North Carolina. You can officially list that, but it's too close to call. I think. Hunter, what do you think?
I think it's probably going to go for Trump. Just, to go follow the pattern last time. I think Texas will also. Ohio is now showing for Trump with 77% in, substantial lead there. Michigan as well, although that's only 33% in. Wisconsin also substantial lead, but only 38% in. But I mean, in a lot of ways, the pattern is kind of repeating, don't you think, Dave? I mean,
that's what we talked about earlier, and it is interesting how it's playing. Like you say, it is playing itself out. Even with 53% of the vote in Virginia, and this thing, you remember how early it was called, and Trump still leads this thing by 8 percentage points. By 200, about 200,000 votes. So, Hunter, I'm beginning to believe what you're saying, though, is that Northern Virginia vote, we're waiting on that. That's what is going to be the deciding factor on it. Texas.
If Trump managed to pull out Virginia, then this thing would be over. I mean, that would do it. But yeah, I'm skeptical.
But Trump in Texas, where it's kind of like, well, he's going to win. But at the same time, he was down, almost 300,000 votes earlier. Now he's up by, about 250,000 now. That's a pretty good swing.
It was Metro, Dallas, and Houston.
Florida, Trump, 400, is that 400,000 votes on that? Or 4,000?
What's that?
400,000 votes he's up in Florida.
Yep.
91% voting, but reporting. Ohio, Trump has jumped, and this is astounding. It's amazing. This is amazing. Wisconsin, what he's doing there, and then of course in Michigan, though, that one is just beyond me. That is beyond me.
Okay, Dave, when you say that Michigan is beyond you, what do you mean by that?
Well, you look at you got a northern state, heavy labor, heavy union presence in the state. It doesn't say Republican.
It's made for him. It is made for him.
In a lot of ways, I agree. But also something we talked about earlier, and that is the Senate race. There where they got a double whammy, and that's with John James of Michigan, in Michigan, and running in the Senate race. He's about to pull this thing off. And as we were talking about when we were on break earlier, through the election process, the campaign process. It was like, well, could it be a clean sweep for the Democrats in the presidency, the Senate, and the House? Okay, we go into the evening. What was it? Was it 53 to 47? And everybody in this room knew, okay, you may as well cancel out Doug Jones right now, so that it's 8. I don't think it will be any worse than that because we've already had Hickenlooper won in Colorado. So Jones is going to lose in Alabama. So they cancel each one another out. We're playing checkers with that. So all of a sudden, what you've got is you've got other states where help me out, Lindsey Graham, he's going to win. But now the one that's also is interesting. I say one that's interesting. It's got all of them interesting. But over in North Carolina, that one was where Cal Cunningham was heavily favored. But right now, you've got 90% of the vote in, and Tom Tillis is up by 33 and 18, about 51,000 votes. Now, in a state like North Carolina,
He was down. I mean, he was down.
he was
all
down
night.
big time.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, I keep looking at it as far as these numbers are concerned. When you have a state like North Carolina, when you have even Georgia, certainly Alabama, when you have a state of this nature, 51,000, that's a lot. That is a lot of votes.
Yes, it is. As we reach 14 minutes past 9 o'clock for standard time here in Jackson, Tennessee, and we continue to watch it. Now, local races, Dave. County Commission District 4, County Commission Trey Fleet takes stats over Cynthia Boyles. That was after the untimely death of Bill Spain, of course. That's for that. So Trey Fleet will take that on the County Commission. And the Medina mayor's race, mayoral race in Medina, it's Vance Coleman winning again. He's been mayor for 16 years in Medina, and now that's going to stretch him out for 20 years.
Dan, is there
yes.
any truth to it that over Medina that they boarded up the Dollar General tonight because of the election?
Boarded up the
Dollar
Dollar
General.
General. I hope not, because they have some fresh Halloween candy.
75% off.
That's what you got to protect. You got to protect that. Yeah.
Yes. Hey, we want to hear from you, folks. How you feeling out there? Let's check the pulse of West Tennessee. Call us, 423-8101. That's 731-4238-101. 1-800-304-1015. You can reach us. Text us on the Old Town of Spaghetti Store text line, 731-277-5155. You shoot us over a text. Watch our coverage. We'll bring you inside our control room here, the bunker, as we call it, at News Talk World Headquarters, Facebook.com. Go to News Talk 101.5's page on Facebook or 93.1 News Talk West Tennessee. Great to have you along with us. This being made possible by some great Americans. Certainly, it's Thompson & Smith Insurance. And boy, I tell you, I want someone that's protecting me with insurance, looking out for my best interest, to be someone that's from right here in our hometown, and that's Roger Smith and Chuck Thompson. I think they've decided to make their home here, Dave. I really do. Thompson & Smith Insurance, ThompsonandSmith.com. Their families go a long way back here in Jackson. Great Americans there, Thompson & Smith. Also, by Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt, and that new Ford Bronco will be on the ground in spring 2021. You better go on and order it. GeneLangleyFord.com. Order your Bronco. I've seen them. They are fan-stinking-tastic. By King Jewelers, 16B Conrad Drive, Grover Blue Eyes King. The eyes, the color blue, it's real, and the jewelry is magnificent. At King Jewelers, 16B Conrad Drive, right here in Jackson. Okay, as we look this over, flip it upside down and smell of it. What do you think? You got to call it right now. It's asked you gentlemen a little bit ago what you an hour or so ago, and let's see if your answers change. But right now, let's go to the phone lines. People are standing by, so let's chat with the folks out there and find out how you're feeling. As we check the pulse of West Tennessee, you're live with us here as we hit the phone lines on News Talk 101.5 Go. Yes, you're on the air with us. Oh, Larry Loris. Larry didn't catch your voice. Are you wearing a mask? I couldn't. You were muffled there a bit.
tell us what infinite means, we'll let you know.
Yeah, we're all reaching for a dictionary right now. Larry Lawrence, folks, in the line with us. He's at the Republican headquarters here in the city of Jackson. He's the chairman of the Madison. When we watch this unfold, Larry, President Trump, to me, I picked him 2 hours ago to win re-election. I think he's on his way to a second term. What about you?
Well, I'm getting to be pretty optimistic. Here again, the Pennsylvania and North Carolina too. But if he gets to Pennsylvania, North Carolina, he's home for sure. And he has other paths. He might win Michigan, and he could even win Wisconsin and Minnesota. But I just didn't know where y'all had any other news feeds that were projecting anything, particularly about North Carolina and Pennsylvania. And I guess I'll take that as you do not.
Sorry, Dave, newspaper guy. Did you have something, Corey?
No.
No, you were just saying Dave had his.
At least it was something innocent,
David is a marvelous human being. And right now, Larry, what I'm showing right now is in Pennsylvania with 26% of the voting that President Trump has a 52% to 46.7% advantage over Joe Biden.
Amazing. Okay.
It is amazing.
Yeah.
But I tell you, I totally agree with David. I think you, Senator, maybe Hunter, Michigan looked like it was tailor-made for Joe Biden. And then, of course, the governor of Michigan, that scenario, with all the other things going on in Michigan, with the labor that you talked about, but President Trump now with 30% of the vote in, with a big lead in Michigan, 54.9 to 43.3.
Well, Trump is the guy. I mean, for Michigan, he's the guy. If you're talking about, the private unions in the U.S., AFL-CIO, Teamsters, they're not what they used to be, right? But Michigan is one of those places where they are strong. And no matter how you look at Trump, he is all about those guys, right? He is all about protecting American manufacturing. Whether you think it's effective or not, when the American companies talk about going to Mexico or China, Trump threatens them, and talks about he's going to penalize them. The union guys love that, right? I mean, eat that up with a spoon. He is their guy. I'm totally not surprised if he's going to just hoover up a ton of votes in Michigan.
Well, also, the thing about Trump in Michigan, there was the when he had them to make the ventilators. You remember he literally forced General Motors and the other automobile manufacturers. So, right there in Michigan.
And Larry, you still there?
I sit here, but I'm going to run.
No, wait a minute. We have to dismiss you. That's not the way it works here before you go. But look, the right now to Vegas, Larry, they're saying that the percentages now, President Trump 64.3, Biden 35.2. That's the percentages to win tonight.
You had to say that. My cousin called me, and the odds had been 1.5 for Trump. I mean, with Biden taking the lead, and he told me they were over 3-1. Just what you said now, and that's amazing. Those guys usually know what they're talking about.
Unfortunately, I found that out the hard way. Yeah. Well, Larry, so the mood is good there now. It's the Republican.
We've had 3 little waves come in. Everybody comes in, stays a couple hours, and gets a few stations announced, and then everybody's concerned that we're not going to know for sure till late. But I don't know. This Pennsylvania thing might end up quicker than we think. What do y'all see now as far as being able to call Pennsylvania? Tonight, or you think
it's still I tell you, Hunter, there's still only 28% of the vote in Pennsylvania, 52% for Trump, Biden 46%.
There's a huge number of mail-in votes that they're not going to count tonight, and those are going to trend heavily Republican.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, Democrat. Pardon me, Democrat. Yeah.
So well, and that's what
Freudian slip.
We're going to watch a few more states come, and then probably just go home and start praying and see what happens tomorrow.
Why would you go home to pray? Won't you do it there?
We've been doing that all night.
They allow it there, don't they, Larry? I tell you,
the Republican Party, you can do it here.
Larry,
I encourage it.
Larry, we are going to call the state of Delaware for Joe Biden, though, with 23% of the vote in. It's 82% for Joe Biden. The state of Delaware. That's a huge gut shot for the president.
It sure is, but I think he can overcome that.
Larry, thank you.
Can I be dismissed now?
Well, first, Trey Cleek, the County Commission District 4. Do you have anything to say about Trey tonight?
Yeah, he just came by. He and his mom and his wife and all just elated that young man worked hard, and the Republican Party supported him in this position. So we're glad. You know, we were hoping a larger vote victory, but it was a good victory. So he's going to be a good commissioner.
Trey Cleek takes that, and that's my district.
Yeah,
sure is.
Voted for him. at least one time.
Let me say this, and let me say it right to the camera. Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
Well, I'm going to go up here and see if I can get Pennsylvania, and then I'm going to be going home. See y'all guys later.
You're going to go see if you can get Pennsylvania. While you're there, check on Michigan, would you?
I'll do that. They're so close I can check.
Thank you so much, Larry. Thank you so much. Larry? What was the guy's name? I'm going to take Pennsylvania. I'm going to take Michigan. We're going to with the White House. What was his name?
Howard Dean.
Howard Dean. That's right. I thought Larry was going to go on one of those that scream fit there like Howard Dean, but he caught himself at the last moment. It's my man Larry Lawrence, the chairman of the Madison County Republican Party.
We got a problem. We got a problem.
Boy, that was that 2004?
No. Yeah, that was 2000. It was.
2004.
It was 2004. Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Howard Dean was running away with it, and then that happened, and John Kerry took over after that.
How could that have derailed him so much?
You got me. I mean, I'll tell you, as a Republican, that war cry struck fear in my heart, you know. But
yeah,
it seemed to undo him.
Take back the White House.
He was coming for. I was like Braveheart, man. He's gonna knock my head off. You know?
It was like that. The New Zealand national team in rugby that war dance. What do they call it? The haka?
I know what you're talking about.
You guys
that kind of that Maori thing. Yes.
Yeah, the war dance.
Yes,
very
terrifying.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It is terrifying.
Yeah,
it's absolutely terrifying. We thank our sponsors that include Tammy Jones over at Town & Country, the realtor that's been in business since 2007. By Jackson Engraving and Awards, they have ornaments available in store for engraving. Carico's Pizza, they're conveniently located by Union University. I bet Hunter knew that. Jackson Heating and Air, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Financing options available from Jackson Heating and Air. Samuel T. Bryant Distillery, Samuel T. Bryant Distillery off Lower Brownsville Road. Get a free sample at Samuel T. Bryant Distillery. Sam, if you're anywhere close, I could use a free sample or two. Ridgecrest Cellars, they have a huge selection available and open Sundays now from noon till 6. Silverwood Cabinetry, they specialize in customization there. Also by Party Marts, convenient drive-through window there, a wide selection. Party Marts in Jackson, that drive-through window for your convenience at Party Mart. By Casey Simmons and Bryant, call and set up a free consultation today. Divorce and Family Law, Casey Simmons and Bryant. Also, we thank Kimberly Evans at Coldwell Banker Real Estate now, as Kimberly with the Homes for Heroes, as she continues to give. She comes from a military family. Homes for Heroes fits perfectly with what she does at Kimberly Evans, Coldwell Banker Real Estate now, KimberlyEvans.com. Also, Custom Heritage Flag Company, proud to be a part of the election night coverage, and our West Tennessee community making high-end wood flags that ship all over this great country on a daily basis. Make sure it's a Custom Heritage original, CustomHeritageFlags.com. Okay, well, too early to call Arizona, Florida, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Minnesota, Texas, and Wisconsin all those states just too early to call. Comments, Corey Currie.
Man, I think that at this point, guys, I have to take a real strong look at my early call. The Ohio Michigan piece scares me to death. The fact that he's actually even in contention, much less in the lead in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, all of you know, and anyone listening that's been listening from the beginning, some of the first words out of my mouth. That was what I was viewing, and then Texas, I thought would be continue to be more in play with what has happened here recently. I have to say that the tides really turned in my decision. I think President Trump has a path back to the White House.
Right now, is it too early to start talking about what some pundits, some hairdos are saying? This is a referendum on our country and our civility, and you hear the pundits, and it could be scare tactics. Well, if you think it's been crazy for the first 4 years, what about a unbridled President Trump? Do you buy into any of that, Hunter?
Buy into what? The idea that he's going to go nuts with power in a second term? Presidents, almost always, second terms don't go terribly well. I mean, it's just a historical fact.
They're also called lame ducks, right?
You're a lame duck, yeah. I mean, what can change it is so if people believed very strongly that Mike Pence would is kind of a shoe-in after Trump, then that would change the nature of the Trump presidency. But I don't think people are going to think that. I don't think that Pence will run the same way Trump did. So if he wins, I think that he'll be somewhat constrained. He's not going to have both houses of Congress the way he did when he started. I mean, in some ways, it's a mirror image of Barack Obama's presidency. You start out with total control and you can get things done, and then after that, not so much.
Yeah, 6 years. You've got you don't have the House or the Senate. You're right. Yeah. Dave, your thoughts on?
Yeah, Dan, I've got a lot of thoughts on this, but just in capsule form.
Pick out the top two.
Okay. When you look at a second term of Trump, the thing that I look at is the number of people who voted or are voting. I think a lot of times it's like we can't go to a protest and we're not going to burn something down. We're not going to loot. We're not going to riot. But we can go vote. And these are the people who are speaking again this time around. Now they can't be wrong every time. The other thing about it is that I look at these numbers, and the thing that keeps driving me right now is, like, for instance, as far as Trump was behind, or now it's still early, in Pennsylvania, he's up by 347,000 votes right now. Okay, but the one that jumps out at me now is in Iowa. Okay, you got 6 electoral votes. Right now, Joe Biden leads by 79,000 votes. We've seen that all night long. This thing's been a Lionel Richie. This thing's been all night long. And we see the same. Biden jumps out to a big lead, and then here comes Trump. And I'm getting to a point one of these days where I'm going to stop underestimating this guy.
Yeah.
Well, Corey,
man, I don't even. I'm speaking from a. I have to be real careful, because I am in a place right now, and I'm in a place that is not necessarily political analyst, but Corey, a 45-year-old black man that is seeing the country. The civil unrest is real. I don't know that we can deny that there is serious civil unrest here, and we have a president that honestly can do no wrong. I mean, that's been proven, and 4 more years of can do no wrong. I can honestly say that, my mind right now is not on how well my portfolio will look, but that my son and I live till the next election. It's real. And the feelings that flow through these communities and flow through the minds of Americans. It's not a show. It's not propaganda for votes or for a party and and I know I'm probably speaking for more than just myself, but for me, for sure. And and a few people that I talk to that definitely have sons, it's a scary time right now. And it doesn't seem to be letting up.
In what way is it scary?
You don't know whether you're going to make it back home, man. You really do live with that real fear.
Corey, let me just ask you something.
Okay.
Just straight.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 9:30 now. Another hour and a half. Another so. If I left this radio station and I go walking towards East Jackson, Phillip Street, would I come out there alive?
Very well could.
Very well could.
Yeah.
I don't like those odds.
Yeah. Right. I understand.
Okay.
And I know where you're going with it.
Okay.
However, that's going to Phillip Street. Corey doesn't feel he can go anywhere. I don't want to get I don't want to get in. Honestly, I would not feel comfortable right now jumping in my car and driving from here to Arkansas on I-40, afraid of a car breakdown, afraid of having to get gas.
Corey, I look at your situation, and I look at where I come from.
Mm-hmm.
All right, with Donald Trump, and you think, okay, what another 4 years of this?
Yeah.
Okay, I want another 4 years of it.
Right.
What I want, though, is I want him to continue to deal with immigration, with Red China, with the trade imbalance that we've had, and he's taking care of that. Do you know that Barack Obama, when Donald Trump said a couple of years ago, he said, we want to get the gross domestic product to 4.0, and Obama said it's impossible. Would it hit 4.2?
And
it hit 4.2.
Yeah,
he did.
He crushed it.
So everything he said he's going to do. Now, I don't understand now. This thing with race, how it's fallen on Trump's shoulders. I don't get that.
Well, and I think it falls on his shoulders because up to this point, our president has always been that person that's responsible also for ensuring or doing something to work towards civility.
But
or
we had the
at
situation with Ferguson, Missouri, just a few years ago, and Baltimore, Maryland.
And also,
Trump was not president.
And you also had what's his name? The kid that was killed by oh my goodness, I'm just
But we
messed
had
up
the
right
civil
now. But
unrest
we had
under Obama.
I can't
we had
say-
civil unrest under Obama.
I can't, Dave. I think I'd have to disagree with you there a lot.
About Ferguson, Missouri, and Baltimore.
No. About the country in general. I haven't personally seen nor felt what I'm seeing and feeling today in my life. I've never, ever in my life felt what I feel today. Ever. There's never been a time that I looked across this country and felt the way that I feel. Have I always known that these kind of things exist? Yes. I mean, it's been there. I'm from Brownsville, right down the street. It exists, and I am not one who throws that card out there. Anyone who knows me will tell you. This is probably as deep as I've gone, but especially on the radio, about my feelings even on it. Because this is the first time that I really have felt this deeply about it. Talking to your son, and he's leaving to jump in his car and go ride out for a minute with his friends, and you really, truly are afraid that the boy ain't coming home. I've never felt this before, man. Never. And I do, legitimately do. And I hope you hear it in my voice because I feel it, and I hate that. And what I don't hear from President Trump, and this has nothing to do with the successes that he's had. I'm not one that's going to beat him down and say he's the worst thing ever in the world. He's had successes. So have some of our other presidents. They had their successful moments. He's done good things. Prison reform, he's done all those kinds of things he's done. I'm not taking away from what he's done. But what I am holding against him, Dave, is the fact that he hasn't addressed, to me, the unrest in this country in a manner that's satisfactory to me. Maybe satisfactory to some, but not satisfactory to me. 2016, we weren't boarding up buildings. We weren't boarding up dollar stores, to throw a little joke in there for a minute. We weren't boarding up businesses. Rodeo Drive is shut down today. We didn't have this 4 years ago. Am I saying President Trump alone is the reason for? I'm not throwing that at him either. However, as I grew up, as I learned about presidents, as I learned history, they were always people who took care of America in more ways than a portfolio.
Now, Hunter, herein lies the problem in the U.S. today.
Yeah.
I know Corey Currie, very mild-mannered. I know David Thomas, very mild-mannered. They believe two different realities. Two people in my life that believe something totally different. You just heard two different stories right there.
Yep.
Therein lies the problem in the U.S. today. Where does this come from? And how can we expect it to get better if we continue to turn our back on education?
Yeah, I mean, I had a conversation extremely similar to the one that they just had earlier today with a friend at Union, right? And he would basically not say, Donald Trump is responsible for this. I think Donald Trump is a racist. His feeling was that Donald Trump's contentiousness somehow emboldens people who have bad intentions. So that he talked about being at an estate sale, and a couple of people were talking about Civil War memorabilia or something. The guy was going to buy something from the Civil War, and the other person said, "You can't buy that," and the guy started angrily defending his right to buy the Civil War thing, and my African American friend felt like the guy was saying it at him, right?
Right.
So yeah, there's something in there. Race in the United States is very difficult to work through. I was one of those people who I did not vote for Barack Obama in 2008, but I could not help but notice that every African American person I ran into was over the moon, right? I mean, over the moon about it. And I thought to myself, this may be one of the best things that could have happened, right? This may heal the racial divide in the United States. And Barack Obama easily won 2 terms, no problem. I mean, there were no nights like tonight, right? But things I can't understand it. Things did not seem to get better.
That was a moment,
worse.
and that was a moment, though.
The analogy that I would
It's
use
8 years.
The analogy I would use on that is that Jimi Hendrix, music lives on. It's stood the test of time. But back during Vietnam, he was. Some white people didn't like him because he was black, and some black people didn't like him because they thought he was playing the white man's music. Couldn't seem to make anyone happy there at the time. Much the same, I think, happened with President Obama. He was not nearly as liberal as the liberals wanted him to be. He was much more in line with George W. Bush's policies, in many ways. Continued on, it ramped up the war in Iraq. Right?
He's the establishment.
Yeah,
I mean, Barack
he was
Obama was the
establishment.
establishment. However you want to look at it, yeah.
But still, the Republicans, even though he was much the same policies as George W. Bush, well, they hated him.
Well, look, I mean, if Barack Obama had the Congress for his full 8 years, he would have done some ambitious stuff. I mean, the Republicans would not have liked.
And
they would,
and to hear them say, or was it McConnell that says the first night? I mean, didn't give the guy a chance. Our job is to make him a one-term president. And let me say this about the Obama piece and African Americans. And I've explained this to other people before. I've used this analogy. Imagine a world, and I know it's hard. It probably will
sound like a movie.
But
trailer.
imagine
a world.
Imagine a world that you lived in, that all presidents have been white.
Yeah.
Most congressmen, representatives, whatever, are white. All of your governors in your state have been white. Most of your representatives and senators in your state have been white. Mayors in the city in which you live have been white. County commission, large majority are white. City council, white. And you get, as a people, you win because most African American people voted for him and had a stake in it. Felt like they really had a stake in it this time. You know, I'm voting for my guy that I can believe has my best interest at heart, and he wins. And we see this. That's why you saw the tears. That's why you saw the overjoy. You know, the people who lived through, the older people like your John Lewis's and people like that who had lived through those difficult times at Selma and things like that. That's where the emotion was coming from, because these people had lived their lives and never seen a leader that looked like them. Imagine living in a world where you never saw a leader that looked like you. It would matter.
Well, they've just called the state of New Hampshire for Joe Biden, and he takes, along with that, 4 electoral votes.
Yep.
Now, let me say this. Yes, there's been times in our country where we've done things that we're not proud of. It's the same for every country on planet Earth. It's not been a perfect evolution to where we are right now. You can't go back. You can't undo. You can't unring the bell. But what you can do is educate yourself and figure out that the color of skin is only pigmentation. I've never seen a mayor, city, county, whatever it be, to win the race that is white. And I thought, you know what? Good, I got it made now.
And you wouldn't.
I've never,
but you wouldn't, because that's all you've ever seen. That's all you know. But that's why the world was so shocked when Obama won. That's why it's kind of unrest on the other end.
Corey, it wasn't a shock.
People.
It wasn't a shock.
It was kind of unrest. Maybe that's
when
the wrong
Obama
word.
went into the Senate, I knew that man was going to be president.
Right.
I mean,
he was shocked.
You have to understand that Barack Obama is the most dominant American politician since Ronald Reagan.
But
it wasn't just black people brought that man into office.
Oh no, couldn't have. But what I'm saying is, how many people think like you?
I don't know.
That's what I know, and that's what I'm saying. There are some. You know, you hear people
I think
say
the majority do.
Think like he does.
Yeah, think like I do. Think like Hunter does. Dave, I'm not sure he thinks. No, but
he's a calculator.
But it's the people that's on the fringes that have the loudest voices that will fool you.
Yeah.
To think that the majority feels that way. I think sometimes. Don't you fellas?
So in the history of this country, President Obama is the only black man ever that's ever been qualified to be president. I wouldn't say he's the smartest black man ever.
Well, I want you to think about this, though. To add to the equation, Bill Clinton was sworn in as president. He won the 1992
and invited to the
presidential election. He was sworn in January of 1993. He's a little bit younger than both these guys running for president tonight.
Oh, yeah.
And he was 1992.
Yeah.
Is this the best?
No, it's shocking.
Deep.
It's shocking.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
No, I mean, what's going to happen? See, I'm a Gen Xer. Dan, you probably are too. Corey, you probably are too.
Yep.
I think they're just going to skip over us and go right to the millennials. So we're never going to hold the presidency.
They about done it.
Exactly.
I think you may be right.
Yep, they about done it.
I'm just going to say though that Corey made the comment earlier that Mitch McConnell made the comment that when Obama was elected, and he said our goal is to make him a one-term president. Well, I remember when Trump got elected, it was
same thing.
It was Ilhan Omar, but it was even before he got elected. They hated the man.
Yes,
he got elected, and
a lot of Republicans hated him as well.
At the outset, they did.
Yeah, he just has it.
Well,
one thing about Trump,
listen,
he just has that.
You can't. Yeah, he asked for that, Dave. I wouldn't defend that. He welcomes that.
Trump is
and loves
let me. Well, he does, but I'm going to tell you though, if Trump loses tonight, let me say this: if he loses, there's a lot of newspapers in trouble in this country because Biden's not going to sell newspapers like Trump did. That's one thing. And, of course, they won't be able to use the headline that they're sitting on right now that says you're fired.
The reason that people can't sell newspapers because there's nothing in them. It's not, I mean, Gannett buys them all up and
sad.
And they got this stinking, like the Jackson. Son, I got some good friends over there.
Yeah.
It's not their fault. I mean, they got empty cubicles. And in Chattanooga, it's family owned. That newspaper is doing fantastic.
Yeah.
It's not rocket science.
How about Victor Parkins? Look at his paper.
Victor Parkins doing fantastic. Yeah. Let's go to the phone lines. We're going to get you some numbers here in just a moment. But right now, to the phone lines we go as we check the pulse of West Tennessee. You're live with us on News Talk 101.5. Go.
Hey, Dan, is that me?
Yes.
Hey, Dan, it's Trey Cleek. How are you tonight?
Well, hello, Trey. Congratulations. You are my County Commissioner, I need to talk with you tonight if I can. I got a couple things. If you don't mind, if you can go to work on it, it'd be awesome. I'm kidding you. I'm kidding you, Trey. Congratulations, Trey.
Congratulations,
Thank you
Trey.
so much. And I'm ready to go to work for you, Dan. So make sure you do call me and let me know what those issues are. I mean, it's a great night. I'm a neophyte at being a candidate, not new to politics, but never been the candidate myself, and so really exhilarating to have a win tonight. It was tight, but I had a game plan. I had a lot of great support, and things went my way.
Trey, I heard numerous people say about you and your opponent, Cynthia Bowles. I know you want to mention her. You just alluded to her. It's nice to see a race that's run with no mudslinging. They actually seem like they don't mind one another at all. Trey, that was said to me several times.
Yeah, no, what I think that the campaign that needed to be run was one that focused on what positive things we could bring to the commission. I think that both of us kind of took that tact. I didn't want to play the party politics and the mudslinging. That's not something that I think we really need to have in our local elections. I think that hopefully we've got a lot of good people running for office that really just want to do what they think is best for the community. So that doesn't warrant any mudslinging. So I'm glad that there was none of that in the campaign. I certainly didn't want to have anything to do with that.
Trey Cleek, he was just elected tonight. He's been declared the winner, Madison County Commission, and District 4. Well, I tell you, Trey, this, if you look at it, and I know there's a lot to be excited about here in the city of Jackson and what the county commission does in holding the purse strings for the public schools. I know that means a lot to you. I look at you, Trey, and you're a young guy, and it's good to see young people getting into politics. And what motivated you to? I know you've been in it, but what motivated you to get out? And it's something that takes intestinal fortitude to put your name on a ballot and put yourself out there. I mean, doesn't it?
It does. It's something that you don't, you think about it, you mull about it, you pray about it. You definitely have conversations with your spouse about it. Includes conversations with your family. There's a lot of things that you do before you actually put that name on the ballot. But I think that anybody you talk to that's known me for very long at all is going to tell you that it was Trey feels natural. This is the quote that they're going to say. Trey feels natural stepping into a leadership role, and I do. And I wasn't too hesitant about putting my name forward. Of course, I was saddened when Billy passed away. He'd been my county commissioner for years, and I thought he was doing a great job. But I really wanted to make sure that someone that's going to get in there and look at that budget and really pay attention to it was what we needed. And I know that with my background and skill set, I can do that.
Trey Cleek wins County Commission District 4 tonight over Cynthia Boyles. Trey, congratulations again, and we appreciate you taking time. It's a busy night for you. You're with family and friends, but taking the time to call us. Thank you for doing that, Trey.
Yes.
Hey, thanks, Dan. I appreciate it. Hopefully you'll have me on anytime. If you want a comment or something about county commission business, I'll be happy to talk to you guys anytime. I like all you guys at 101.5 and now 93.1 and this new thing y'all got going on. I've been listening to you for years. I love listening to you, and I hope that we can keep communication lines open.
Well, Trey,
Mr. Commissioner, I'm always going to be ears open to you, Dan.
Well, Liz, Trey, thank you for those kind words. And yes, it is so important that our elected officials talk with their constituents, and I know that you're going to do that. We appreciate it very much, Trey.
Thank you. Y'all have a great night.
You do the same.
Congratulations.
He's a nice guy. I don't care where you stand. He's a very, very nice guy. Mitchell's Body Shop, family owned and operated since 1952, bringing you election return coverage. Brooksy's Barn. Brooksy's Barn Buffet is back and going strong, offering 10 meats, 10 veggies, salad, and desserts weekly at Brooksy's Barn right here in Jackson. Also, Custom Heritage Flag. When quality matters, make it a Custom Heritage Original. High-end, handcrafted wood flags made and shipped daily right here in West Tennessee. CustomHeritageFlags.com. Local people right there. Kimberly Evans at Coldwell Banker Real Estate now. And Homes for Heroes. And we're talking about first responders and teachers and law enforcement, medical professionals, as well as the active and veteran military members who fight to keep us free. Homes for Heroes. To find out more, contact Kimberly Evans at 731-697-8558 or the office number at 668-1777. Also, thanks to VIP Weight Loss, Anti-Aging, and Quick Care, skin tightening and skin rejuvenation, which I'll need after tonight's show and this long day. And also, I'll need to go see the highly trained and certified professionals there with Botox and fillers. Dave, you want to ride with me? We'll do it. We'll go down and get some Botox. Zoe Skincare. I use that. That is the real deal Holyfield. I had the basal cell precancerous spots. Remember a few years ago, Dave?
I did.
Yeah, and that's part of the reconstruction is the Zoe Skincare. VIP Weight Loss, Anti-Aging, and Quick Care, 1047 Union University Drive, right here in Jackson, Tennessee. Party Mart. Man, there's some great people over there, I tell you that. Convenient drive-through window, wide selection. And I got some Grand Marnier there the other day. Well, you ever had some of that? Holy moly, the French whiskey. You ever had some? Holy moly. I call it the Freedom Whiskey. Hunter, you can laugh at that. It's okay. It's a tough crowd, folks, I tell you that. It's, we think of these people that make this possible here. And Quince Juice is just the most wonderful place. Quince Juice is out there right across the street from Jackson Bowling, Skating, and Family Fun Center. That's on right on Old Humboldt Road. The BK is, I drink some of that every day. It has to do with gut health. And that's where it all starts. The immune system starts in the gut. It's made a big difference for me at Quince Juice. And in fact, if you'll give me just a minute, I want to tell you some more about that because I really believe in it. Quince Juice and what it's done for me and those local folks, Jan and Ralph and their family at Quince Juice. We'll be back in just a moment. We're going to check in nationally in just a bit. Our staff here, professionals of David Thomas, Hunter Baker, and Corey Currie are all tabulating some numbers. We'll come back and we'll have a few more words for you. And we may go to, is everybody in for, we're going to be here till 3 o'clock?
Oh, we're getting out here early.
Hunter didn't say anything. You said no by saying 11 o'clock. So we'll be right back. We're going to tabulate some things, take a look. We're going to flip some stuff upside down and smell of it, take a very close look, and then we'll come right back here with the election return coverage 2020. Stand by for news. We'll be right back.
Try Gene Langley Ford before you buy, because here you'll find what you need, and what's more, you'll get a deal that you won't regret in the morning. Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt, the dealership service built.
Do you hear that outside? Don't be left in the cold. It's time for you to get your furnace checked. Is your thermostat working correctly? When is the last time you changed those dirty filters? Let Jackson Heating and Air Conditioning take the chill out of your winter. Call 731-424-5348 to schedule your inspection today.
Hi, I'm Teresa. So many times we buy things that will only bring temporary happiness. How would you like to give a gift with a personal touch? At Jackson Engraving and Awards, we can engrave on most customer-provided items. We even have ornaments available that we can engrave on as well. Call 731-935-7333 or visit jackson-engraving.com today to see what kind of cheer we can bring to you this holiday season.
Here at Party Mart, we know spirits is truly the glue holding 2020 together. Forget about all the craziness we've been experiencing and even the election for just a minute. No matter what happens, we have exactly what you need to take the edge off and help you relax. Call 731-668-2430 or come in and grab a bottle of your favorite libation and leave with the assurance that your night will be great. Party Mart, 429 Walker Road. Huge selection, convenient drive-thru.
Most agents have one pricing strategy. Well, Tammy believes there are actually three. You can price your home above the comps, you can price it right in line with fair market value, or for her most savvy clients, you can price it just below market value to create a bidding war opportunity. Of these three pricing strategies, which one suits you? Trust the agent who's been in business since 2007. Call Tammy Jones at Town & Country Realtors today, 731-225-3158, or call her office at 731-668-7000.
Do you hear that outside? Don't be left in the cold. It's time for you to get your furnace checked. Is your thermostat working correctly? When is the last time you changed those dirty filters? Let Jackson Heating and Air Conditioning take the chill out of your winter. Call 731-424-5348 to schedule your inspection today.
Now more than ever, with the pandemic in our midst, it's imperative that we take control of our health. The human body needs nutrients. Family-owned and operated Quaint's Juice has been here since 2013, offering the highest quality juices to help your body function at an optimal level.
My name is Jeff Patrick, and 2 years ago, my health wasn't so great. I was overweight and had type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, acid reflux, and diverticulitis. I met Jen and Ralph at Quince Juice LLC in Jackson, Tennessee, and they recommended that I take beet kvass, which is a fermented beet juice that helped me lose over 80 pounds, and all the diseases I have went into remission in only 5 months. And what I've learned is that your body depends on your gut health to stay healthy. So why don't you go by today and let Jen and Ralph at Quince Juice LLC get your health headed in the right direction.
Quaint's Juice, 19C North Star Drive, across from Jackson Bowling, Skating, and Family Fun Center. QuintzJuiceOnline.com and Quince Juice LLC on Facebook.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. President Trump and Democratic challenger Joe Biden are in an epic battle for the presidency. The night opened with the predictable victories for each candidate.
The president so far raking in, the best we can tell at this hour, 100 electoral votes, winning in West Virginia, Indiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Arkansas, North Dakota, Wyoming, South Dakota, Louisiana, and Kansas. Democrat Joe Biden capturing the state of Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, Connecticut, New Jersey, and Massachusetts' biggest state, New York, with its 29 electoral votes.
Correspondent Bob Agnew. It was too early to call in tight races in the 2020 battleground states of Florida and Pennsylvania. In Georgia, North Carolina, Texas, and Ohio, they appear to be trending toward the president. In Senate races so far on election night, incumbents are holding their own. On the Republican side, Tom Cotton has won re-election to his Senate seat from Arkansas. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell will safely hold on to his seat in Kentucky. John Cornyn in Texas, Tommy Tuberville in Alabama, as well as Jim Inhofe winning his re-election bid as senator from Oklahoma. In South Carolina, GOP Senator Lindsey Graham at this very moment is giving his acceptance speech as he will hold on to his seat. Democrat John Hickenlooper defeated Republican Senator Cory Gardner in Colorado. The Republicans had to make up nearly 24 seats to flip the House, but that does not appear close to happening. Nevada polls must stay open for an additional hour since some open late.
A judge in Nevada has ordered 30 Las Vegas area voting sites to remain open for an extra hour after President Trump's campaign and Nevada Republicans cited reports that some locations did not open on time. Clark County District Court Judge Joe Hardy in Las Vegas heard immediate arguments in an Election Day lawsuit filed to extend voting times to 8 p.m. for 22 specified sites, which have been scheduled to close at 7. The judge added 8 other sites attorneys for Democrats requested open as well. Bernie Bennett reporting.
In North Carolina, Democratic Governor Roy Cooper has been reelected. This is townhall.com.
As life gets back to normal and we start heading back to work, don't leave your leftover stash of toilet paper exposed to rodents. Send them packing the most humane way with Plug-in Pest Free. G'day, I'm Scott from Plug-in Pest Free, the electromagnetic device that utilizes the active wiring in your home or business to keep rodents and pests away. 100% chemical-free and environmentally friendly. Just plug it in. It's that simple. My strongest performer, the Pro Unit, is good for most homes and small businesses up to 4,000 square feet. Now that's fair income. Is your home or business protected? If not, order yours today at gopestfree.com. Use promo code SAVE20 for 20% off. That's gopestfree.com, promo code SAVE20. Gopestfree.com, promo code SAVE20. Don't spray and regret, plug in and forget.
Now more than ever, with the pandemic in our midst, it's imperative that we take control of our health. The human body needs nutrients. Family-owned and operated Quince Juice has been here since 2013, offering the highest quality juices to help your body function at an optimal level.
My name is Jeff Patrick, and 2 years ago, my health wasn't so great. I was overweight and had type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, acid reflux, and diverticulitis. I met Jen and Ralph at Quince Juice LLC in Jackson, Tennessee, and they recommended that I take beet kvass, which is a fermented beet juice that helped me lose over 80 pounds, and all the diseases I have went into remission in only 5 months. And what I have learned is that your body depends on your gut health to stay healthy. So why don't you go by today and let Jen and Ralph at Quince Juice LLC get your health headed in the right direction.
Quince Juice, 19C North Star Drive, across from Jackson Bowling, Skating, and Family Fun Center. QuinceJuiceOnline.com and Quince Juice LLC on Facebook.
Having a bipartisan relationship during an election usually divides the House. At KC Simmons & Bryant, we want to help with that division. We have over 30 years of combined legal experience helping people navigate the law and find resolutions. Divorce and family law is one of our specialties. Contact us online at kcsimmonsandbryant.com or give us a call at 931-272-8743 for a free consultation.
Hi, I'm Grover King, owner and jeweler of King Jewelers. I opened King Jewelers 22 years ago and made it my mission to provide you with quality jewelry at an affordable price. With over 35 years experience as a jeweler, you can feel safe knowing your jewelry is in good hands. Whether you just need a ring size or want to create a custom engagement ring, King Jewelers will help. My employees are knowledgeable and we put customer service first. No job is too small and every person that walks through our door is important to us. Come see us at King Jewelers today. 16 Conrad Drive, 664-8188. Shop us online at KingJewelersJackson.com.
Brooksy's Barn Buffet is back and going strong, serving a delicious Southern buffet as they have for over 38 years. Brooksy's offers a dine-in lunch and dinner buffet, a convenient pickup window to grab your favorites on the go, and catering services. If you like lots of choices, Brooksy's is the place for you. Try their catfish, ribs, barbecue, or fried chicken, just to name a few. 10 meats and 10 vegetables, along with salad and dessert served weekly. Check us out on Facebook for many of our daily specials. And come see us at Brooksy's Barn, 561 Oil Well Road in Jackson, behind Love and Truth. Don't forget, book your holiday parties early. I still haven't returned my calls or replied to my messages.
Hi, this is Bob, your typical real estate agent. This is my voicemail. Leave a message.
The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time. Goodbye.
Knew I should have called Kimberly Evans.
Hey folks, this is Big Steve. I've bought and sold dozens of homes in my life. My biggest problem with realtors is the lack of communication. They never return phone calls, text messages, and emails on time, and I've missed many opportunities, contracts, and updates because of it. With Kimberly, I never had that problem. She answers the phone even if I call after 11 p.m. She sold my home in 7 days, and her average time to sell any home in the market is 9 days.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Evans with Coldwell Banker Real Estate Now. I know that hearing back from your realtor is important. That's why if you call or text my cell phone before 10 p.m., I will respond within an hour. Seriously, if you don't have a response from me within the hour, I will mow your grass. That's how we do everything at Kimberly Evans. Your call's returned, paperwork is done, and house is sold faster.
Call Kimberly today, 731-668-1777, or her cell at 731-697-8558. That's 731-697-8558, and KimberlyEvans.com.
With lower temperatures, you're going to have higher electric bills. The new Generac 24 kilowatt will monitor your power usage and help you conserve your electric bill. You can pay for your generator with the money you save on your electric bill. With your Lindsay Electric home standby generator, when the power goes out, your generator comes on within seconds, automatically. You don't have to do a thing. Imagine being without power in these winter months with no water, no heat, oxygen machines, refrigerators, and freezers. Have you stocked up on food? You don't want to lose it all in a power outage. Never lose power again, whether you're home or out of town. With the Generac standby from Lindsay Electric, your power will be restored within seconds, and you don't have to lift a finger. Right now, get 18 months, no interest financing, and no money down on new contracts. Generators in stock with a 5-year warranty. We install and service with factory direct parts guaranteed. If you already have a generator, make sure it's serviced for the upcoming winter months. Lindsay Electric would love to help you. Call for a free quote. 423-1580. Locally owned and operated for over 3 decades. Lindsay Electric, the authority for your power solution.
If it's happening now, you're hearing it now. Jackson's News Talk 101.5 FM.
Welcome to Election 2020 live coverage on News Talk 101.5 and 93.1 FM. Brought to you in part by Tammy Jones Town & Country, Jackson Engraving and Awards, Carico's Pizza, Jackson Heating and Air, Samuel T. Bryant Distillery, Silverwood Cabinetry, Ridgecrest Cellars, Casey Simmons and Bryant, Party Mart, Gene Langley Ford, Woods Custom Floors, Brooksie's Barn, Thompson & Smith Insurance, King Jewelers, Quince Juice, Kimberly Evans and Coldwell Banker Real Estate Now, Reliable Lawn Care and Landscape, Lindsay Electric, Mitchell's Body Shop, VIP Weight Loss and Anti-Aging, Red Bones Grill and Bar, the 731 Sports Bar and Grill, and Heritage Flag. Now here's your host, Dan Reaves.
I got to add
Reason she aspires.
Well, yeah, hold on, big guy. I got to add to that Woods Custom Floors and Designs. You got to go to Woods. I got a Woods Custom Floor at my house. Woods Custom Cabinets, countertops, showers. Hello. And right now, Woods Custom Floors, 12 months, no interest. Hello. Woods. CF.com, check it out. Sales and installation. You can contact them. Ring them up, 731-660. Oh, where'd he go? That's not cool. That's not cool, man. The number disappeared. Oh, it would be right here in my files, 731-660. Let me give you the address. 3756 North Highland Avenue. Here it is, 660-8660 Woods Custom Floors and Design. Got to go to Woods. 9 minutes past 10 o'clock Central Standard Time. My name's Dan Reaves, along with our news director, David Thomas, here at News Talk 101.5 and at News Talk West Tennessee 93.1. Hunter Baker is a political science professor at Union University. And Corey Currie has joined us on the panel here on election return coverage for a long, long time. They're all veterans, and they've been through this many, many times. And right now, it's this night, Hunter, stack it up and compare it to nights in the past. The way this has played out. 2 hours ago, I said Trump's won this. The three of you said, no, I think Biden's going to win it. What changed, and is this over?
Well, first of all, I got to say I may be on the hook for dinner because I promised you dinner if you were right calling the race for Trump. We'll see.
Yeah.
I just want to point out. So that's that's if there's any distress for you, that's the consolation.
Look, there's no distress for me.
All right,
That's
okay.
just the cherry on the top. I'm thinking filet mignon. yeah.
You just can't order alcohol because I work for Union. That's the saving grace.
Oh,
okay.
But now he's adding rules to this, Dave.
But I want to say this. I mean, so I am super cautious. I just want to point out North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Iowa. All of these races accept ballots after today. So it's important to keep that in mind, right? Ballots in North Carolina can be received up to November 12, which to me is crazy, but up to November 12. In Ohio, ballots can be received up to November 13. In Pennsylvania, a more modest November 6, and Iowa, November 9. So, there's some room. Now, I mean, I know that's got to freak some people out because you always worry about that situation where, people wait until they know the gap to pull the shenanigans, right? But hopefully we have a system that is not beset by electoral fraud. Dan, you seem to believe that is a significant possibility out there in the world. So I don't know.
Okay, just say that one more time. Make sure I understand.
Electoral, so people worry about receiving ballots late because of the potential for fraud. And I said, my hope is that our electoral system has a lot of integrity to it and that fraud's not a problem. You have made comments talking about hacking democracy that maybe you're concerned that it is a problem.
Well, the problem, if you watch hacking democracy, isn't the people that are casting the votes; it was the people counting the votes.
Yeah.
So I don't. It would voter fraud is minuscule. We've created solutions that don't have problems attached to them, and there's so much talk by the president leading up to this with the mail-in ballots. But it'd be hard to pull off fraud with a mail-in ballot. I think anyone that's ever voted that way knows that. But the point and the question you asked is, yeah, I think the stage is set. If there are a lot of votes that continue to trickle in that may change some states, then I think there's going to be a big problem.
Yeah, you'd have a lot of bad feelings, a lot of conspiracy theories, all kinds of stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Dave, what's your thoughts on this? Are you ready to call it for President Trump?
Like I said, I one of these days I'm going to learn to I'm quit underestimating the man. That's just it's going to have to be that way.
Well, this was your last chance.
Okay, this is my last chance. But let me just let me just say
That
this.
ship has sailed.
One area. Okay, this is a little school board that I've made up here. A little few numbers. Still out there, and I'll make a comment about this in a minute. But Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Montana, and Florida. Okay, now they just called it Florida for Trump. Okay, so if
and that's Fox News that has called it for Trump. I just flipped over to CNN. They haven't called it, but right now the way it sets,
Dan, they would have to find 200,000 votes in the last 2%,
and that's 90.
That's
You see 98% is coming in now. Okay, so they're behind on CNN. That's the problem there, because they're showing 94%. And even with that, Dave, it was a 51-47 lead for President Trump.
But now, one of the things as far as the numbers, and we're talking about much longer we're going to be here. The thing I find interesting about this is that Ohio, Trump's got a 400,000 vote lead, and 90% have reported. Pennsylvania, 1.6 million to 1.2 million, 43% has reported. Florida, of course, just called 98%. That's Trump. Okay, in Virginia, and we talked about this, Virginia and Vermont were the first ones out of the gate for Biden. Trump still leads 162,000. Now, here we are this late in the evening, and only 58% have reported in a state like Virginia. Okay, my point is that how in the world can someone like Arizona, and I know it's real sparse, but something like 74% has reported out there. But you've got states on the East Coast that's reported less. Right. Pennsylvania, 43%. Are we? How are we counting these votes? But at the same time, though, I just the numbers that I've got, including Florida now, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania. Okay, he's leading in every one of these states. If he goes on and closes those states out, he will have a total of, and I've got it down here, some 281 electoral votes.
Wow.
So I guess you're ready
to... I think Donald J. Trump will be putting his hand on the good book January the 20th, 2021.
I called it 2 hours ago. I don't want to make this all about me.
You did. Doug Jones just got beat.
I'm going to ask about that. Doug Jones versus Tommy Tuberville, and was that close?
No. Let me. I'll get the numbers for you. I knew it wasn't going to be close.
Let's go to the phone lines. In the meantime, you can reach us here. We'd like to talk with you. Let's check the pulse of West Tennessee. The phone numbers 731-423-8101 or 1-800-304-1015 to join us on our election return coverage. And let's go to California. Our man on the ground, this is our man Shaggy in Los Angeles. Shaggy, what's the scene like in L.A.?
They're rioting in the streets right now. I tell you.
Are they really?
No. thing.
Not yet.
All right,
Yeah.
Shaggy, I'm going to have to ask you to use just a little bit of integrity here on these reports from Los Angeles. By the way, Shaggy is actually covering he's at the Kanye West headquarters.
I'm gonna let you finish, but Beyonce had one of the best videos of all time.
Well, Shaggy, so what's the scene like in Los Angeles?
You know, it's kind of funny because I live in like a very Republican heavy area in Riverside, California. It's very rural farm area, which you wouldn't expect an area like this to exist so close to LA. And we've had probably 5 or 6 of those Trump parade things in our neighborhood over the last few weeks leading up to this election.
Well, and when President Trump flies into Los Angeles, which he doesn't do, he would land in your backyard, basically, right?
Literally, he flies into March Air Force Base, believe it or not, which is the back of my property line is March Air Force Base.
Yep.
That's where he comes into all the time.
Do you ever hold up a welcome Trump? Or?
No. Can I tell you my take on Joe Biden, please?
Sure.
What a big wimp this guy is. He had Trump right where he wanted, and he just laid down and let him just roll all over him. Biden was the weakest candidate of all the 15 people that were running, and Barack Obama made that phone call to get all those candidates to basically lay down and say, okay, give it to Biden. You know, if Trump wins this election, the Democrats can blame it directly on the shoulders of Barack Hussein Obama.
Hunter, would you agree with that?
I think that's right. I think that Barack Obama, some other people stepped in, but I think the reason they did it is that they were afraid that Bernie or somebody radical would win, and they were afraid that Trump would have an easier time beating one of those people. They thought that Biden was the safe choice.
And let me tell you something. What did they call Biden down in South Florida? That all those Cubans. What did they call him leading up to this election and why he won Florida? They called him a socialist.
Right.
That's why they didn't want Bernie Sanders to run, and they called him a socialist anyway.
Well, what Biden should have done is he should have kind of pushed the squad away. He should have said, I'm not the squad. I'm the reliable, steady hand, and he didn't really do that.
I completely disagree with you. I think they should have went towards the squad and not away from them. They should have went away from the Republican Party and said, we're not the Republican Party. We're the Democratic Party. And what he was trying to do was he was trying to say Costas and all the other Republican guys, he wanted to be the middle ground guy. And you can't be the middle ground guy against Republicans. You got to fight.
But look, when you go pure, when you go ideologically pure, a lot of times you get killed. I mean, look at Barry Goldwater in 1964. He was the guy so many Republicans wanted. They're like, we want a choice, not an echo. We don't want the compromiser. They get Barry Goldwater and they go down to their biggest defeat of all time. McGovern, the same thing on the other side. You go with somebody who is too far on one side, they get totally just destroyed.
I'm not saying he should have went all the way over to the Green New Deal type of situation. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that he should have listened to them when they said, you know what, healthcare is a big issue for us. Our wages are a massive issue for us. And I'm talking about the middle class issues. And he never talked about it. All he said was, I'm not Trump. That was his whole ploy to try to win this election. I'm not Trump. I'm not that guy.
Well,
and that's a terrible strategy against Donald Trump is one of the worst candidates in the history of the United States. I'm going to say that right now.
It's hard to talk much when you shut down every day at about 9:30 in the morning because you're 78 years old, and that's what happened to Joe Biden.
Yeah, and we talked earlier that both President Trump and Biden, a man that was elected presidents in November of 1992 who's younger than those two men. Now try that on for size.
I really, truly think that this is probably going to go down in history. And, you know, you guys said it. I mean, this is a close election and nothing's called yet. Even if Biden wins this thing, I think this is going to go down as one of the worst run campaigns in the history of the United States. And I'm talking about Biden specifically.
Well, it's I think Shaggy did hit on something that not a lot of people are talking about. Now, we did mention earlier that a nation of 330 million some odd folks, that we've got two elderly gentlemen running for president of the United States. You know, if you were looking, if you had a company, would you be looking? I mean, just think about that for a moment. What is does this say anything, or is just? I know they say that the older you are, the more wisdom you have, but at some point, don't you lose your punch? Isn't it time to? And I don't want to insult anybody out there at all. Really, it's age. How old would you be if you didn't know how old you were, sort of a thing. But you know, and then you look at the other side of it. Now, where the reality set in, and this is this? I called it 2 hours ago for Trump, but in reality, who knows what's going to happen in the next few days? But let's just say this holds, and President Trump goes on to claim re-election. At some point, we got to start looking again at COVID and say, are these charts? Are you guys buying into this? Could be 500,000 people, Americans dead by January. I mean,
listen, I kind of have a little bit of insight to what's going on in Europe right now. My sister works in the headquarters building of FedEx, directly in the office right next to Fred Smith. She's kind of explained to me that they keep track of all that stuff because of their business dealings over there. And she said they're having a whole big second wave going on in Europe right now. And I think the same thing's going to happen if we don't get a lid on this stuff here pretty quick in the United States. I think we're going to have another second wave coming up shortly.
Hunter, what's your thoughts on what Shaggy's saying there?
I mean, COVID is a significant problem. It really, I really wish that we could figure out a way to separate the elderly from everybody else, because it is far more deadly for people over 70 than everybody else. But that having been said, you know, we're going to see if Trump's Operation Warp Speed bears fruit, right? We're going to see if we get a vaccine in the next 2 or 3 months, and we're going to see if there is a therapeutic out there, you know, kind of the equivalent of Tamiflu, that will really help. If either of those things happen, that will change the complexion of the whole thing.
Oh, absolutely. And what the forecast is, maybe second quarter 2021. So, Shag, and what's the situation now in California, in the LA area where you live? A second wave of lockdown. Where do you guys stand as far as compared to where you were in April and May, as far as the lockdowns?
So our sheriff was actually on Fox News a few months ago, and he was kind of the figurehead that went against Governor Newsom, that kind of said, look, I know this guy says he wants everybody arrested that doesn't do what he says, but I'm not going to arrest anybody. If you don't want to wear a mask, you don't have to, but I want you to wear a mask when you go out in public. As far as the businesses are concerned, we're not allowed to dine in. Our kids are still essentially online learning. Our county specifically, I think he's kind of taken a vendetta against us specifically because of what our sheriff did early on in this thing. So we've gone backwards where everybody else has gone forward. And our numbers are looking really good, but he's kind of putting his foot on our throat, essentially. You know, I'm an independent. I lean Democrat, but I'm telling you, in that situation right there, if I was to have the vote right now, I'd vote against, to get Newsom out of office right now.
Well, and he was, some people had shined the spotlight on him saying he's the next big star in the Democratic Party. Nice
They hate
hair,
his
that
guts
sort
in
of thing.
California. Yeah, they hate his guts in California right now. And I guarantee you, if he would come up on the ballot right now, he would get booted out of office. We had an election a few years ago, a special election, and we booted Gray Davis out of office. And that's when Arnold Schwarzenegger, a Republican, won that.
Right.
So,
Gray Davis.
that could theoretically happen again.
Actually, Gray Davis. What's Gray doing these days?
Probably making $1 billion on some lobbying firm.
I would imagine so.
Shaggy, I remember when
they called him unagreeable, Greg.
When they had that election, I remember real well. Chris Rock was interviewed, and they asked him. They said, "Hey, what do you think about Arnold Schwarzenegger? Is the new governor? He won the special election." He goes, "He beat Gary Coleman."
That's funny. But I tell you, Jay. Geez, what's his name? Like the Tonight Show.
Leno.
Jeez, Jay
Leno. Yes, sir.
He had a great line when he came on that night after Schwarzenegger had won the governor's mansion in California. He said, "You know what? All I got to say is he's been right all these years. It's pronounced California." Well, Shaggy, it's good to hear from you.
Danny, let me say something real quick before I let you go.
Okay.
On Facebook and stuff like that, I've heard kind of people talking about boarding their houses up and worried about some retaliation, whoever gets elected into office. And I'm actually out walking right now, and I've seen like 3 cars on the road right now. And I walk this time every single night, and it is usually packed right now. And I've literally seen like 3 cars right now.
Well, and it's local time there is 8:29. And so your state, Shaggy, California, the vantage point from Cali is you watch it all unfold before it gets to you. So by the time it gets to you, it's over. Did you have that feeling?
Yes, sir. That's pretty much the way it is.
California. All right, Shag. I need to come see you. See you soon.
Yes, sir. We need to see you over here.
All right. Tell everybody hello. I love you. Love the family, Shag, and we'll see you soon, I hope.
All right, fellas. I appreciate talking to you guys. You guys are very knowledgeable people.
Well, yes, we know. That's why we're here, and you're not. Thank you, Shag. Appreciate that very much. Hunter, any last words from you? We're going to sign off. Trump is... Fox News has called Florida for Trump, and Dave, you said you just do the math it's what 98% were in when it was called, and Joe Biden takes Arizona. You see anything that could change the complexion? Right now, it looks like it's going to be President Trump winning his second term. Anything out there that could pose a potential risk or change the direction of this outcome?
I mean, I don't feel as sure as you guys do, and I can't untangle my own psycho-emotional management and the reality. I feel like we could still see Biden find a way to slip into this thing, but we'll see. But the thing that I hope for the most is that whatever happens is that the American people can lead from below, right? I mean, we need to set the tone that we want a peaceful, orderly process, that we don't want to risk what we have in this society, the peaceful transition of power, whether from an administration to itself or from an administration to the other administration. This is one of the best things about America, right? That we do have a peaceful transition of power. We do go from administration to administration without riots and without military rollouts, and we just need to keep it that way.
Well said, Hunter. It's. I think the one thing that we have got to keep in mind, because I think a lot of us think that it can't happen to us, but it can. We've got to really work hard to protect what we have.
Absolutely.
Hunter, I almost said Hunter Biden.
I don't have that kind of money.
Well, you better.
Never had, probably never will.
You're taking me to dinner. Uh, Hunter Baker, political science professor, Union University. Hunter, thank you so much. Keep up the great work at Union.
Thank
too.
you. Appreciate it.
Well, you're welcome. And listen, I'll call you tomorrow, and we'll make our plans.
After the mail-in ballots are counted.
Look at this guy, David. I tell you, Hunter, seriously, thank you so much.
Maybe you'll forget by then. Yeah.
Not a chance. See ya, Hunter. David, any closing statements?
I don't really think there's anything I can add to it outside of the fact
Anything that you see that could be a fly in the ointment?
I keep looking at, once again,
The wrench in the spokes?
Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Montana, and now Florida's already been called for Trump. And, Montana, no, I take that back. But Dan, if when you're looking at this late in the game, and also again, Virginia is still out there.
But net gain for the Democrats in the Senate won.
That's minuscule. Trust me.
Yep.
That's not exactly what that, because
Not exactly a blue wave.
No, they the big one to me on that one tonight would be the Cal Cunningham loss in North Carolina to Tom Tillis. That's the big one.
Well, Arizona's just been called for Joe Biden.
Yeah. Well, that's one I don't even have in my and there's 281 what I'm looking at, so there's 11 votes. So there's very little margin of error for President Trump. If Biden were to slip up and jump into, say, North Carolina, but then again, I mean, Georgia is just literally it's out of play now. To me, it's out of play.
Yeah, it's
I agree.
And it's more. There's more of a red shade with the map I'm tracking on this thing. So they're about ready to call it for Trump, and they haven't even called Florida yet. But anyways, and Montana, but still, I just feel like that. Once again, for about the third time this evening, I'm going to stop underestimating Donald J. Trump. That's the size of it. This is amazing.
Trump leads in the battlegrounds of Florida and Texas. Fox News has called Florida in favor of Donald Trump. Special coverage, election return 2020. And yeah, looking this over here.
I'm sorry. Let me interrupt you, Dan. One
yeah, sure.
It's just like the theme that I see for this evening. Once again, Biden gets out quickly, and then Trump comes from behind. And all these games got 4 quarters instead of 3. The thought is that look at Iowa right now. Now you got 6 electoral votes. Okay, Trump with 78% reporting has taken a 30,000 vote lead. Now, you look at a state like, of course, you got Des Moines, you got Iowa City, you got Council Bluffs. But at the same time, though, where are they going to come up with that number of votes, 30,000 votes in that state?
Well, you look at Texas, Trump leads. Florida, Trump lead. Pennsylvania, Trump leads. Big.
Yep.
Ohio, Trump leads by 9. Georgia, double-digit lead. Michigan, 9-point lead for Trump. North Carolina, Trump with a 2-point lead there. Arizona just been called for Biden. Yeah, Minnesota, Biden has a double-digit lead there. Wisconsin, Trump with a 4-point lead. Iowa, Trump leads by 2. So, you look at all these states that we've talked about that are so key, and almost across the board, Trump has a lead, Dave.
He does, and also I keep tracking this. The mystery to me, though, is Virginia tonight, and that is that Trump has with 64% reporting. Biden was projected, of course, early on, as we've talked about. You're looking at 43 and 60. That's 60,000 vote lead still, but only 64% reporting. So I don't know what's going on over there. But at the same time, though, you can't underestimate the man. Thanks, Dan.
Dave, nice job as always, my friend. I'll see you bright early tomorrow morning. Corey Currie,
Hey, man.
Fine job again tonight.
Thank you.
How about John Raw?
John said don't mention him, but so I'm not going to mention John Rawls. Did a great job tonight. He always does. John Rawls, ladies and gentlemen, y'all.com. Mr. John Rawls, a great American. Fine gentleman, certainly is. One of the most charismatic men you'll ever see behind the camera instead of in front of the camera. The camera loves the guy. But so, Corey, what do you say here?
Hey,
Are you resigned to Trump taking a second term?
Yes, I think I'm there. Again, my Pennsylvania is proving me right. He's continuing to go up. So I will concede tonight that along with Dave, that Donald J. Trump will be getting his second term as the president of the United States. And thank you for tonight, for the opportunity to once again join you very smart guys. Make me look good and sound good and all of that. And I enjoy it every election season. And I cannot go tonight without thanking a cousin of mine who's listened in to the entire show tonight and texted me all the way from Chicago, Illinois. Daryl Scott. Daryl, appreciate you, brother. You know I love you. Love the family. Tell everybody I said hello. Thank you again for tuning in. And he also texted and said that we did an awesome job. He
Daryl
really
Scott.
enjoyed it. Daryl Scott.
In Chicago, Illinois.
Chicago.
Is he a Chicago Bears fan?
He is, and he got, a matter of fact, I called him a couple Sundays ago, and he got pretty hot. It was during the game, and they were winning.
Hey,
And he
Daryl.
said, "How dare you call me when they're winning?"
Daryl Scott's Chicago Bears fan. Hey, Daryl, put you close to the radio. This is for you as a Chicago Bears fan.
The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck.
Sing it with me.
The Bears
Still suck.
The Bears still suck.
Yes, the Bears still suck. They really suck. Yes, the Bears still suck. Go Steelers! Sorry about that, Dale.
I was just going to tell you one other thing. Your Pittsburgh Steelers undefeated.
Yes.
And they picked up Avery Williamson, who graduated from
Milan, Tennessee.
Well, from the University of Kentucky, and that makes 3 UK players on the Pittsburgh Steelers team.
Oh, really?
Bud Dupree,
that I
Benny Snell Jr., and Avery Williamson.
More importantly, from Milan, Tennessee. It's a Milan Bulldog. The purple, that's the color of royalty, Dave. You know that? Well, you probably don't, but I know that. Yeah, Avery Williamson, great guy. Yeah, great guy. He goes from the worst team in the league to the best team in the league.
Yeah.
Avery Williamson. Pittsburgh Steelers. Go Steelers. They're going to play the Dallas Cowgirls next Sunday, this Sunday afternoon.
That'll be a beating.
In Dallas, yes. We're going to beat the Cowboys like the dogs they are, folks. Well, we'll see if anything happens. I mean, you know, it takes a great man to build a barn, but any jackass can kick it down. So we'll see what happens tonight.
And Daryl said, "You have a good night too, sir." I'll tell you what he really said when we get off there.
We think Reliable Lawn Care and Landscaping. Reliable Lawn Care and Landscaping. Hey, the leaves are falling. Fall is a great time to start weed control and fertilization programs. It's crucial to get pre-emergence into the ground now to help with early spring weed control. 731-234-0823 for reliable lawn care and landscaping. Charter, Tennessee Charter number 5398. You got to make sure that your landscaping crew and your lawn care, that they're licensed and bonded and insured. Something happens to them on your property, you could be in big trouble. So you rely on reliable lawn care and landscaping. We also thank our friends over at Pyro's Fire Fresh Pizza. Man, you can go to pyrospizza.com and join and eat and drink and repeat. Earn and redeem. Earn points. Earn free Fire Fresh Pizza. Order online at pyrospizza.com. Setting fire to expectations gets rewards. Become a pyromaniac. Open daily from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Craig's the general manager here. It's on Van Drive in Jackson. And they've been feeding us tonight, 1150 Van Drive. Corey, it's 2 thumbs up for Pyros, huh?
Yes, sir. No doubt.
Yep.
No doubt.
You can drink a beer, have some wine, and bottled Mexican Coke there with that real sugar, son. Also, I thanks to Kimberly Evans. It's Coldwell Banker Real Estate now. KimberlyEvans.com. Bringing you, sponsoring this election return coverage. We appreciate that so much. And our heartfelt thanks to VIP Weight Loss, Anti-Aging, and Quick Care. So much to offer to help you feel better, to look better, and to live a healthier life. 1047 Union University Drive, right across from the entrance to Union University. Mark and Rhonda, great people there. VIP Weight Loss, Anti-Aging, and Quick Care. Botox fillers, you name it. Live healthier, look better. That's what I always say. We said that at the staff meeting today. By Tammy Jones at Town and Country. Tammy can help create a bidding war to get your house sold fast. Jackson Engraving and Awards. They have personalized gifts for many occasions, along with Carrot Coast Pizza. Conveniently located by Union University, Jackson Heat and Air. They have financing options available. Winter's here, so it's time to get your furnace checked. Samuel T. Bryant Distillery. You can rent out some event space for the holidays at Samuel T. Bryant Distillery. All these local people, folks, that step up and make it happen right here in Jackson, Tennessee. Remember them, Silverwood and Cabinetry. They have beautiful door styles and colors. They'll exceed your expectations. At Ridgecrest Cellars, they have a huge selection available, open on Sundays now from noon till 6. Also, we thank King Jewelers, Grover, Blue Eyes King, 16B Conrad Drive. All their Pulsar watches on closeout. Beautiful Pulsar watches and free gift wrapping, 16B Conrad Drive. King Jewelers, the king of bling. Thompson & Smith Insurance. At Thompson & Smith, they thrive on making a difference. ThompsonSmithInsurance.com. (664-4750). Also, our thanks to Quince Juice. Biofeedback scanning option. Get an appointment. Get in there. I did one just the other day. It's the best $75 you'll ever spend. It's a great holiday Christmas gift opportunity for you. Quince Juice, Jackson, 19C North Star Drive across from the Jackson Bowling and Scanning Family Fun Center. Get healthy and then live healthy with Quince Juice, another family-owned business, Ralph and Jim. Party Marts. Thompson Farms is where you'll find Party Mart, a great American there, a great family, beautiful store, great selection, and a convenient drive-through window at Party Mart. By Casey Simmons and Bryant. Divorce and family law and criminal defense. Call to set up a free consultation. Pyro's Pizzas, who mentioned 1150 Van Drive, Suite A. In the heart of the columns, they make pizza the right way, your way, fresh and hot. From our oven to your plate in 5 to 6 minutes. Just absolutely amazing. By Mitchell's Body Shop. You've already had one accident. Don't have another. Choose Mitchell's Body Shop for your collision repair needs. And our thanks to Brooksy's Barn, just legendary Jackson Brooksy's Barn. Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt, that new Bronco. Order it now at GeneLangleyFord.com. It'll be on the ground spring 2021, early 2021. It is a legendary vehicle. Jackson Engraving and Awards. Thank you so much to those great people there. And let's see. We don't want to miss anyone, dude. We have so many great people. Custom Heritage Flag. That's a go. But if you hadn't seen their work, it is fan-stinking-tastic. Custom Heritage Flags. CustomHeritageFlags.com. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful work there. Local people doing it the right way. By the 731 Sports Bar and Grill out on Van Drive in Jackson. And Red Bones Grill and Bar. Red Bones Grill and Bar is a corner of Bourbon. It's where Bourbon and Bill Street meets. Well, they collide. It's the corner of Carriage House Drive and Wiley Parker and Jackson. Well, Dave, I think that's going to do it for us. And we want to take the time to again highlight all of the people that made this possible. For you, they are great people, great West Tennesseans, great Jacksonians, and they wanted you to know first. So thank you to all our sponsors. David Thomas, our news director, online editor at WNWS.com. A great job tonight by John Rawls, y'all.com. John is a very talented individual. We're pleased to have here with us. To Corey Currie, to Hunter Baker, political science professor, Union University, Greg Wood, and the real McCoy, Brad McCoy. We'll say goodnight from News Talk World Headquarters. And we'll see you tomorrow. Past night, we will be tomorrow morning around 8:20 or so. Central Standard Time. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching.